Just stuff and testing. G'day out there. I doubt anyone's looked, but I'm here by myself. Just doing a little bit of testing and seeing how things work. And then later I'll join in with the guys at Ozzie Perspective when they come on. So, looking at this, let's see how things work. Yeah. The first thing we might do, let's just go over to YouTube. And we'll do a little thing. Actually, first one we might do, let's do a web page. And we'll go to our own web page and see what's happening. We should be able to see ourselves. Our channel, Ozzie Perspective. This went live. There we are. Let's have a look. Can I hear myself? Sounds like I can. Might be a little bit quiet. Let's have a look. Can I hear myself? Sounds like I can. Might be a little bit quiet. Yeah, so let's turn up the volumes. Can I hear myself? Give it a little bit of sounds like I can. Might be a little bit quiet. Isn't that fun? Yeah, so let's turn up the volumes. Nice little effect going on there. Give it a little bit of sounds like a switchback. Might be a little bit quiet. Isn't that fun? Yeah, so let's turn up the volumes. Nice little effect going on there. I'll turn that off so I don't have to listen to it. But anyone out there can. Why don't we do a little review then, see how that works. I thought today we might do a little review of our friend Planet Walk. I haven't listened to this one, so there's a bit of test to see if I can hear and you can hear, and see how we go. Let's push play.
Planet Walk. Now, flat earthers are well known for getting things wrong and never getting anything right. However, today is going to be a little bit different. You see, I've found a couple of flat earthers that are arguing against each other, so of course they're going to get things right. The flat earthers that I'm talking about, of course, are Dell and Rachy, and they both make some good points. Dell does an okay-ish job of pointing out what's happening when it comes to gravity, although he doesn't realise that he's actually doing that. And Rachy does a good job of defending Newtonian gravity. Now,
Rachy can do that? Ah, that's interesting. Dell I just find a bit loud and annoying, but we'll see how it goes on. I like Planet Walk, he's got a nice quiet style. Let's see how we go on.
Neither of them actually believe in gravity or properly understand gravity, although I'd say that Rachy probably has a better understanding of gravity than Dell. However, Rachy, if you are watching this, you are not completely off the hook, because you do get things wrong. But so does Dell.
Okay. Well, let's watch this.
Dell, here's a small tip. Maybe turn another light on so it becomes easier to see you, because otherwise you look like you're just a thing in the shadows.
I'm going to show you a little video that I recorded earlier on with Marty. We're going to have a talk about it. Okay, need to be there. It's only...
Yeah, he looks a bit scary. He's in the dark like that. Sometimes he's scary enough as he is. Let's see how we go.
8 minutes long. So I'm going to get to that. And then we'll have a wee chat about it. So I encourage you to pay attention and have a think about this, okay?
Alright, so I'm going... Wait, do I need to translate what he just said there? Because I realise that his accent is way more difficult to understand than my lack of accent. So in case you didn't catch it, he said that he's going to show us a video that's about 8 minutes long and to pay attention. Now I am going to cut down that video because I think the point can be made better if we take out a lot of the fluff.
Marty here is going to demonstrate how liquid and gas behave in a situation of acceleration. We ready? Uh-huh.
Oh no. Oh dear, scary, 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 scary. Skip him, that's what I do. Ah, I see Farmer's Boys, come on. Let's see if we can chat to Farmer's Boy. Ah, I've lost my chat. I had my chat window open, I've lost it. There he is. Ah, there you are. There you are, Farmer's Boy. Let's see if he can hear. There you are, Farmer's Boy. Can you hear me and the video? Big test. Ooh, tiny captain. Ah, he was. So I assume we can hear. Well, let's keep going. We'll see what Dell's got to say.
Now decelerate. What we see in the situation there is that the air references the directionality of acceleration. So that being that the water gets thrown to the back of the bottle and the air gets propelled forward, so the air shows you the direction of acceleration.
Okay, in this situation he is 100% correct. Now, why does this happen? So the reason why this happens is due to inertia and how the forces act upon the fluids. So as we all know, everything in the universe is quite lazy and would prefer to just keep on doing what it is doing. So if something is in motion, it would prefer to stay in motion, and if something is stationary, then it would prefer to stay stationary. Now, when you accelerate a bottle of water, the thing that is being accelerated there is the bottle. Now, the contents of the bottle do get accelerated.
Anything I got to say, Planet Walk? Were you actually accelerating that bottle of water? Was it staying at the same speed? Because it looked like it was the same speed to me, but it's okay. I get the point. We'll forgive it.
But that is from the bottle itself. This is because it's the end of the bottle that is pushing all the fluid in the bottle when it accelerates. Now, because water has higher density than air, it is much easier to displace air. So when air and water are both trying to go to the same spot, the water is easily going to push the air out of the way. But the most important part here is all this happens because it's the bottle that is pushing the stuff within the bottle.
So the point being to this, that gravity is claimed to be a force or a fictitious force, or you could think of it as a force that acts upon objects that accelerates them towards the earth, right? Now, as we've just shown and demonstrated, when we have acceleration acting, so in the case of the car is the thing that accelerates, that acts upon me, Marty, and Marty holding the object, which is the bottle with the liquid and the gas within it. So it's being accelerated, and what we see is a shift. We see the water going to the back and the air denoting the directionality of the acceleration. Now, if gravity is claimed to be a force that accelerates objects, well, when we let objects go, we should see the exact same thing happening. We should see the air move to the bottom and the liquid to the top, because the air shows the direction of acceleration.
3, 2, 1.
Okay, so Dell gets a few things wrong here, but first I want to mention what happened with the water in that bottle, because it was a little bit hard to see. So the water in that bottle, relative to the bottle, didn't really move at all. So why is that? So the answer here, of course, is that Dell doesn't really understand gravity, not in the Newtonian sense, nor in the Einstein sense. However, Rachie does seem to understand what's going on here, so I'm going to let her explain it.
Okay, so this is our container, and we have water in our container with some air at the top. Now, if, again, the container is being accelerated down, so as the top of the container here comes to here, but there is no acceleration on the water's not accelerating, then what's going to happen? The water's going to build up at the back, just like with the car when it crashes, when the things go crashing in the boot. It's going to build up here. And then you are going to have air at the bottom. And that's going to be what your container looks like, if the water's not accelerating. However, if the water is accelerating, then what you're actually going to end up with is, okay, this time, the water is going to be accelerating down at the same rate as the container. Okay, so as we have the container wall here, and we have the water, and we have the water about this much distance away, so this bit in between is air. We have the water down here.
Oh, no.
As this container wall accelerates, the top of the container, as the top of the container accelerates down to here, if the water is accelerating at the same rate, you're going to end up with the water here. And there's going to be no displacement at all, because they are accelerating at the same rate. They are falling at the same time. If they are falling or accelerating at the same rate, the reference frame and the objects inside, then there is going to be no displacement.
Now, all I can say to that is she is 100% correct there.
I know that's scary, but yeah, she's 100% correct. I like it. But let's see what goes on.
This is the difference between looking at something like Del has done and concluding what's happening based on that versus actually knowing why things act that way. So Rachie here gets a gold star.
Wow.
Hey!
Oh dear. Skip ads.
No!
Okay, Del, why not?
Gravity is claimed to be a force or a fictitious force, or you could think of it as a force that acts upon objects that accelerates them towards the Earth. So, globe Earth proponents are claiming things are being accelerated. The test, the practical demonstration doesn't show that. Now, what's the orientation of that? Air at the top, water at the bottom. Therefore, yes,
Upwards.
that must be the conclusion.
Okay, so here's the thing. Del clearly doesn't understand gravity in the sense of Einstein, because Rachie's explanation is an explanation of how gravity does work under Newton, but not under Einstein. According to Einstein, I am being accelerated up at 9.81 meters per second squared. Now, when you hear something like that, your first reaction might be something along the lines of this.
The planet Earth is not accelerating upward. What direction again is up?
So the answer to that, of course, is it's the direction that points away from the strongest gravity well that you are in. Here on Earth, it's away from Earth. If you go far enough away from Earth, then it will be away from the Sun. Now, this is a difficult concept to grasp, but what you have to remember is that space is 4-dimensional, not 3-dimensional. We are constantly moving through time, and
I thought I might set up a little backup run in case the Ozzie Perspective falls over, and also just to test out some things. I've done a little bit of a flicky around so I can hit some nice little buttons in YouTube and we can see the same thing. We'll see, not in YouTube, in OBS. We're testing those out. So, if things are working, let me know. If not, let me know.
turns out that space and time are interlinked. Now we call this space-time. I know it's a very original name, but in the presence of mass, space-time bends. Now, because of this, what might look like a curved path through 3D space turns out to be a straight path through 4D space-time. Now, we are constantly moving through.
I think, not saying that Planet Walk's wrong here, but I think it would have been easier just to say you've also got the air pressure and the different relationships of buoyancy. And so the water's already pushing down on the bottom of the bottle. Why is it going to change? But anyway.
Through time. However, when you move through time in a straight direction and space-time is curved, well, then it appears in 3D space like you're accelerating. Now, you're not actually accelerating because you're following a straight line through 4D space-time, but it appears like you are in 3D space. Now, following this logic, you have to conclude that in 4D space-time, the ground is accelerating up at 9.81 meters per second squared. Okay, because this can be quite confusing, and I know that there will be some people that still won't understand it, let me try and use a diagram to help. If you're traveling along one of these long lines here, then you are traveling through time. If you're traveling along one of these shorter lines, you are traveling through space. Now, as you can see, this very crude space-time thing here is curved. So if we were to draw a straight line through it, we'd see that it initially goes fairly straight through time, but as time goes on, it starts moving more through space. In order for it to remain stationary through 3D space, or in this case it would be 1D space, you would need to accelerate it. On Earth, the acceleration through 4D space-time to keep us stationary in 3D space comes from the ground. The ground accelerating upwards at 9.81 meters per second squared keeps us stationary through 3D space, as counterintuitive as that may seem. Now, I realise that flat earthers will probably have a difficult time grasping this concept. Hell, even if you're a globe earther, you might have a difficult time grasping this concept. That is why it is fine to use Newton where it works, like here on Earth. So I will still be giving Rachie that gold star. And Del, you get a bronze star for sort of realizing what Einstein realized, and that is the absence of a gravitational field is no different from being in freefall. Now you might be wondering...
Oh, that's interesting. I might play a little bit of that later. Let's see. Ooh. Very good. Very good. Let's flick over to Discord. And let's see if this works, just out of interest. If I hit on Discord over here and turn my sound on. I'm wondering if Farmer's Boy can hear me.
Yes, I can.
You can hear me?
Yes.
Well, that's good, because I'm going out through OBS, I think. Or I might.
Oh, right. Yes, if I'm in here, I can't. If I'm in here, I can't hear YouTube, so...
Nah, that's alright. I'm just mucking around. I wasn't sure what was going on. I've been playing around with OBS for the last little while, setting up little transitions and things. So I thought.
Well, I mean, I presume Terry's doing a stream, but he hasn't posted anything.
Well, it's only 9:30. I think last week he didn't come in till closer till 2:45, 10 o'clock.
Oh right.
Yes.
I can't remember.
You weren't here last week. That's why.
Right. When you say last week, you mean Wednesday,
last
not Saturday.
Yeah, last
right,
time.
Okay.
Yes.
No, I had the pleasures of having to go into London again.
Okay, another little store.
No. This is the top secret stuff I'm not allowed to talk about.
Okay.
Amazon.
That stuff.
Yeah.
So
yeah.
Did you like...
Go. Yeah. It wasn't too bad until I tried to get home. I think it took about 3 hours. Usually it should take just over an hour. Yeah, there was the motorway was shut, and it was like, oh, okay. Only for like one junction's worth, but you know it's rush hour traffic, and everybody's trying to go the same way, and people are just crap drivers.
I assume you don't get many options to go off the motorway and make your own way through the countryside.
Well, when everybody else is doing exactly that as well.
Okay.
You just moved all. They didn't actually close the motorway. They were basically they were saying, look, between these three junctions, there's been a huge pile up. You've got a delay of an hour. So it's like, yeah, okay then. So Google Maps is taking you off the motorway, round the houses a bit, and then sort of back onto the motorway a couple of junctions up to avoid it all, because most people are trying to do that. So the roads are jam packed. And then when you do get back on the motorway, you're sat in, the outside lane, the fastest overtaking lane, and you're doing 50 miles an hour when the speed limit's 70. And it's like, well, who's holding us up then? Because HGVs aren't allowed in the outside lane. If you're stuck on any road anywhere in this country and you're doing 56 miles an hour, you're stuck behind a lorry.
Right. Yeah.
But that can't happen. That can't happen in the outside lane of the motorway. So that means that somebody up ahead somewhere, up in front of all of this traffic, is some idiot who thinks that 50 mile an hour is perfectly acceptable. When the speed limit is 70, and most people in that lane are doing 80 plus. It was very frustrating.
Yes, I can imagine.
And it just makes a long day even longer. Yeah, so...
Yes. Oh, well, that explains it. So did you like your certificate?
Yeah, I did, but I did leave you one comment. Only a B.
Did you? Yeah, let's have a look.
And you could always put my actual birthday on there if you liked.
Yeah,
I mean,
no,
you're not far out, but you
don't say it because you're live on YouTube. I was trying not to put real
okay.
real birthdays on there, but yeah, because who knows what someone might use it for if you show it or something or other. So
look, anybody who knows me on Twitter knows who I am.
Oh yeah, but yeah, it's just I'm just a bit more precarious.
Yeah, I know.
Do you like Blue's signature down the bottom? I made it.
Oh yeah, it's a bit excuse me. Oh. Hang on a minute.
Yeah, I'm just going to switch this over to
Oh, that's
Oh, so people can see.
breathe now. Ground control to Terry. Come in, Terry. Where are you? He's online.
Tery's online, yeah. Yeah, it's not going.
Is there anybody out there?
Back to Discord. Okay. No, I went through and changed all the text, so there was no chance. Although it looks exactly like an NEA certificate, I don't know, all the text up the top. Took me a little while to work out something to fit in with NEA that sort of made some sort of sense. Not at all.
Not all flat Earth-shaped actuality.
Not at all flat. Yes. Let's try to fit
all
something.
flat. Yeah, I like that.
And the certificate down the bottom. The certificate has no legal bearing. Only used in jest and for other purposes. And yeah, anyone foolish enough to think this is real is an idiot.
It's a real idiot and out of
touch with reality.
There. Yes, I needed to zoom in a bit more. It was getting lost against that bloody background.
Yeah. No, I thought that was good because it looks just like Bev's, except obviously a couple of changes. That was the plan.
No, that's cool. It's cool. Yeah.
I haven't done one for Paul yet because I thought he might not like a certificate. He might want a PhD or something instead.
Oh yeah, you might. Yeah. Well, I mean that certificate of BEVs, that's a GCSE, and
yeah.
I don't possess any GCSEs because when I left school, they were being thought about and being trialled. I actually sat. 2 of my exams were the test of the GCSE. They called it the 16+.
Right.
I think Bev being a year younger than me, I think he actually sat the last year of what they called the O levels over here in the UK, and then the next year they brought in the GCSEs. So yeah, I couldn't have got a GCSE if I tried because they weren't a thing.
No. Well, when I first started, they had it was a certificate course, and then they quickly started changing them from certificate courses to other things. So we had the plane. Yes, I like that one. I'm looking on in Fairsuck. Blue's just posted in his modification to Fantasy Island.
Oh yeah, the plane.
Yes, they're hi Blue, and so they started off as certificate courses, but then they quickly changed them. They started to become associate diplomas and things like that. I think because they just realized they sort of left certificate courses for more your short 1 term or your very short term courses, and anything that you're effectively studying, they wanted to give it a higher so it either was associate diploma or a diploma. So it changed about 4 times. Started off.
Yeah, no, ours over here stayed the same. Stayed the same for years. When you sat your final exams at the age of 16, you were put forward for either O levels or the slightly lower down version was called the CSE, the Certificate of Secondary Education. And then if you were going to carry on into 6th form, then you did your A levels, and your A levels are what got you into university, basically.
Yeah.
And they still do A levels. You now sit GCSEs, and then you can go on and do your A levels, and then go to university. But what they've now done over here is you can't stop education at 16.
Right.
You either have to, by law, you have to carry on into 6th form, or go to college, or do an apprenticeship, or no doubt do what I did, go and get a job and then do day release to college, that sort of thing. You can't just get to 16 and go, right, that's it. I'm not doing any more education ever again, ever. You're not allowed to, as far as I understand it, but my two stepsons had left school after they brought all that in, so I'm not that au fait with it. But I think that is the general idea.
Right. Yeah. Well, there's. I think you can leave school at 16, but there's generally after that there's a couple of streams, so you can leave school and not do anything. Obviously.
Yeah.
You can leave school and go into TAFE or further education, which is the technical and further education, which is where the associate diploma I went through was. But I did that after I went through to year 12, which is what you would usually do if you're going to go into university. But I had no idea. I had no idea what I wanted to do. I just did year 11 and 12 to fill in time while I thought about what I was going to do. But then when I came out, I just happened to. My stepfather worked at what was the Commonwealth Employment Service, and there was a part of a scheme left into local government because they'd had several people go through and they'd left and whatever. So they were like, it's one of these things where they employ somebody for 12 weeks, and there was about 9 weeks left because other people had left. And he said, "Oh, look, maybe you should go and do that." And it was a drafting course. And it hadn't occurred to me, even though I had, aced technical drawing and was, won the school prize for art and was really into that maybe drafting was where I should have gone. And I was sort of like, oh, actually, it sounds right up my alley.
Actually, I wasn't that much different. When I was 16 and sat my O-levels and came out of school, I hadn't the foggiest idea what I was going to do. And I did very briefly flirt with joining the army because I'd been in the army cadets and enjoyed it. I thought, oh no, I'll go in the army. I thought, if I'm going in the army, I'm going in as a tank driver gunner. I'm going through the whole sorry process of interviews and medicals and aptitude tests and all sorts of things. I realised that the army wasn't for me because basically anything to do with vehicles whatsoever was a no-no because I wear glasses.
Yeah.
And I said to the recruitment guy, look, what can I bloody do? He says, well, you could be a technician, you could be this, you could be that. You could be an infantryman, but you're overqualified. Well, what do you mean overqualified? Well, you can spell your own name, can't you? Oh, okay then. So, okay, the army's not for me. I got a job at a local company as a figure fettler. They made resin figurines that stood, I don't know, 6 to 8 inches tall. And I was one of the guys in the back there with a high-speed drill. Apparently, I'm a bit loud coming through YouTube.
Yeah,
I can't turn myself down, Larry. Sorry.
I'll turn them down, Larry. Okay, try again. Is that better, Larry?
And I've flirted with that for a while. Yeah, let's see how it goes. And then when that job came to an end, after a bit of unemployment, somebody suggested I go on what they call the YTS, the Youth Training Scheme, and that was supposed to be a way of you getting a foot in the door at a company. And I found myself on the YTS scheme with a consultant engineering firm just up the road from me. I'm sat at a drawing board and I'm being taught how to draw this stuff called building services.
Yeah, right. Yeah.
And the only A-grade O-level I'd come out of school with was technical drawing. And it never occurred to me to do that as a job. So there I was, sat at a drawing board, learning all about heating, ventilating, air conditioning and the such. And I've been doing it ever since.
Yeah, well,
about 34 years, I think, 35 years, something like that.
Well, mine was because I went into the engineering department at the local council, and obviously it was all civil-based stuff. So then I went. That was so I had 9 weeks there, and yes, the guys worked out that obviously I had a bit of a flair for that sort of work anyway, and it hadn't really occurred to me, but yeah, it seemed a logical thing to do. But then when the 9 weeks ran out, of course I had to find something else to do, so I went and worked as a labourer in a mine, but in the meantime I'd applied for a job with a surveyor as a field hand, and so 2 days into working at the mines I get the surveyor say, oh look, you want to come and work for us? And it was a case of, well, the labouring job was only for 2 weeks, but the other job was going to be permanent, even though it was paid a lot less. Although I felt a bit like the labouring job with the mine. Well, it was the mines. You turned up the first day, and you paid 10 cents for your bus fare, which was, you know, I know, ridiculously low. Out to the mine, they gave you, first day you spent getting overalls, boots, hat, all your PPE stuff. So they give you all the boots, the whole lot. And then by the time we'd finished that, we came out and they said, "Oh, we're blasting, so you got to stay in the lunchroom." So we stayed in the lunchroom for a few hours. Eventually, the blasting finished at about 3 o'clock. I said, "Oh, we'll go have a look at the thing because there's no point doing any work today." So we go in and had a look at what we're doing, and then went home. That was day one, and day two was.
Well, that
was
sounded tough.
Day two was just cleaning. It was this big shed that was just full of dust, and so it was just washing down the dust and moving the dirt around, and then So by the time I got to that, I told them, "Look, I've got a job. I'm going to go and take it because it's In reality, what I realised I should have done is told the surveyors, but being young, you never know these things. Told the surveyors, "Oh, look, I'll finish up where I am and then come," because I was getting paid like 5 times as much at the Woodlawn Mines as I was going to be getting paid at the surveyors. But you're not that you're not that savvy at the time to realise that's what you should be doing. But anyway.
Yeah, of course not. You think, "Oh, nice job in an office." Yeah, okay.
Oh no, it wasn't an office. I was a field hand, so I was out on the tools. That was the first part of the job. I had done a tiny bit of surveying at the when I was at the council. Just picking up a few levels, getting a few spot points here and there. So that they said, "Oh, look, you've got a little bit of experience. We'll take him on because it's a labouring job, basically, field hand." But because I'd done some drafting, I said, "Oh, well, you can probably do a little bit in the office," and obviously I ended up doing a lot of the stuff in the office and becoming the senior draftsman there. But in the meantime, did a whole lot of surveying as well. So it was a sort of a dual job. You start off doing field hand until you got enough experience, and then you become an instrument person. You go on the smart end of behind the theodolite and get somebody else to go and do the work, which was quite good because I had a couple of good surveyors that actually they didn't mind being on the staff, because gets a bit tedious writing down all your. In those days you had no data collectors, so you had to write everything down. So they didn't mind stretching out. So that worked out well.
Yeah, well, I say.
Too low now. Okay, we'll push up a bit.
There's no pleasing some people.
No,
I mean, I started out as a draftsman, and there's 3 or 4 of us in the office, the head draftsman, and after a while, me and him didn't quite see eye to eye because there was one of the engineers upstairs, Robbie. He was a Scotsman, and he not only spoke with an accent, we used to joke that he wrote with an accent. I was the only guy who could read his handwriting, so in the end, I became his draftsman. Right. And he'd come down to me with drawings, and I'd just crack on with it. And unfortunately, the head draftsman, the boss of the drawing office, his nose was put out of joint because all of a sudden he was out of the loop, or thought he was out of the loop. I mean, he did fuck all day except write lists, entitled things to do. And it turns out I was sat at the board one day, and Robbie came downstairs and said, "Come on, we're going out to site." And he'd given me no warning. We weren't going out to site. He was just getting me out of the office. And we drove around town in his car, and he explained to me that the head draftsman had just tried to get me sacked and making up all sorts of bullshit about me. And Robbie said, "Would you like to get out of the drawing office and become our junior engineer and come and sit upstairs with me?" Yeah, in other words, a promotion. "Oh, yes, thank you very much." So eventually we headed back to the office, and I walked into the drawing office to get all my gear and just said to the head draftsman, "Thank you very much," with a big smile on my face, and went upstairs. And from there on, I'd come downstairs and give plans and markups to him and say, "Could you get your guys to draw this up for me, please? Thank you very much." Yeah. If looks could kill, thank you. You tried to get me sacked. You got me promoted because you were being a dick.
Yeah.
And there were other issues there as well that I didn't tweak until much later on, after I'd left the company. said head draftsman was gay, and I suspect I've now got a pretty good feeling that there were several times he tried to hit on me, and I wasn't interested.
Oh dear.
Thank you. Sorry, you're not my type. I don't think that helped either, and I think he put all this together and thought, right, get rid of him. Well, you did get rid of me, yes. I went upstairs with the engineers and became an engineer. Thank you very much.
I tried to.
Quite fun.
I spent 8 years at the surveyors, and it was really weird when they finally got rid of me. It was the company was had a main boss, but it was meant to be him and co, and it was all meant to be equal partners. But it was one of these situations. Some people were far more equal than others, and it was. There was a couple of points there. There was one stage where when computers were starting to become back in, and it was drafting costs were getting a bit high, and they were going to. They'd had all these plans, and I'd gone to them and said, "Look, computers are in. Give me 6 months, and I'll turn it around, automate the systems, train everybody how to use the computers, and we'll reduce the drafting costs." Because back when I first started, you'd have a plan or a couple of plans to be doing. You'd give it to somebody to do it, like a contractor to do overnight, and they'd bring it back the next day. And those are the sort of drafting costs. Everything was still done by hand, but we'd have all these part-timers and people that just got paid on an hourly basis, but of course they got paid reasonably well. So although I didn't really want to do it to them, but I had to sort of reduce the costs. And what I did say to them was, look, if you come in, I'll train you how to use all the CAD and stuff. But then a few of them were resistant, said, no, we'll just keep on with the hand drafting. I'm saying, but that's you're gonna shoot yourself in the foot, because there's not going to be any hand drafting. Give it a year or two, but people don't believe you. And anyway, so I trained up all the staff and surveyors, set up Word to automate all the reports and all that sort of stuff. And so 6 months reduced their price, and they're all great. Oh, that's great. But I think it was one of these things that I almost started to do myself out of a job, because I automated too much of it. Meant that there was more that a surveyor could come in and just do his own work and didn't need the draftees to do it. But I was still doing a lot of subdivision design and the major plans. But it was really weird when the big boss decided to get rid of it. In Australia, you have a thing that when you hit 10 years, you get long service leave. And you start getting it pro rata at about 5 years. Anyway, so I was 8 years in. There was no indication from anybody that there was any problem with my work. A boss had even been invited to my sister-in-law's wedding, because she was working at the office as a receptionist, and he had sat with my mum and said, "Oh, look, Tim will have a job as long as he wants." And then 2 months later, he said, "Oh, look, I'm getting rid of some people, and you're one of them."
Great.
And all the other partners are telling me, we don't know. We can't find it. Like I said, I went to him and he couldn't give me a good reason. He said, "Oh, look, it's better off if you go. It'll be better in your life." And the other guys I went to them and they said, "Look, we can't find out what the problem is, but basically, he says you go, you go." There's not much we can do about it. Even though it was meant to be an equal partnership, but it wasn't that equal. And
well, like you said, some people are more equal than others.
Now, the only thing I can think of was, because I was in the office all the time, I saw everything that went on. And one day he walked in with a brown parcel, from the grog shop, and he obviously had a bottle of whiskey that he was trying to sneak in. And I was silly enough and commented on it, not thinking anything of it. And I could only think that maybe he was a closet drinker, and the fact that I actually knew. I never said anything about it to anybody, and never said to him. It was like I'd never put anything together. I just assumed he'd bought something as a present or whatever. I didn't have a problem. Anyway, that was later on. That was the only thing I could think of, is maybe he was worried I knew too much or something rather, or was too cocky.
Could have been.
Who knows?
Yeah, yeah. It's possible.
I was a bit.
He could have just been a bit paranoid about it. I don't know.
Yeah, I was a bit. I would say cocky is probably not the right word, but I've always had an issue that I will say what comes to my head, and not always realise. That that's.
Yes, I have to be very careful to put the filters in place, because otherwise I just tend to say it as I see it, and wrong situation, the wrong people, or whatever, and you end up sitting there thinking, shit, did I just say that out loud?
So,
yep.
Although I've learnt a lot of lessons, but when I'd go into meetings, and I remember having a meeting once when the boss had come with me, and it was, I had done a subdivision design, a road through the major subdivision design. It was required some, it was fast enough and big enough to require a bit of super elevation. And I had used the local standards, local state standards, and said, this is how you apply, blah, 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 this is what it says. And this was not in the area I was in, but in a shire next door. And so we had to deal through their shire council. And their shire engineer was saying, no, you've done it wrong, this needs to be X, the super elevation needs to be such and such. And I'm saying, no, that's not what the standard says, blah, blah, blah. And this had gone back and forth. And I'd even gone and got some expert advice from the state saying, this is how, am I reading this right? This is how this is to be interpreted. Because I remember I'm only a junior, and this guy's a senior engineer, and he's saying, no, this is the way I've always done it. And so I went to a meeting and basically said, you've been doing it wrong for the last 30 years. So, and my boss had to pull me up and say, hey, yes, we'll just compromise and do it this way. And I was sort of like, yes. So I remember he was sort of you're not wrong, but yes.
That's always been one of my biggest bugbears, is when somebody says, but we've always done it like that. You've been doing it wrong then. Although, to be honest, these days, it's not a case of you've been doing it wrong. It's a case of there are now better ways of doing it, shall we say.
Yeah, well, in this case, he was doing it wrong. He'd been misreading the table for 30 years. And it was the logic. It was like it was a 60k road, and he was wanting me to put 7% super on it, which was like the maximum super you can put on, and you'd put on like a 120k road, not a 60k road through a rural subdivision. And I was saying, your logic just doesn't make sense. He's saying, because he was reading it in a way that if you had a particular radii, then you needed to put this particular super on, rather than you calculate what the side friction is, blah 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 blah. Anyway. Yeah,
but problem is people don't like being told they're wrong generally.
No, particularly not senior engineers in a county shire. No. He didn't take it well. Hey Terry, how are you, mate?
He's here, and we have a stream up and ready, waiting.
Oh, do we? Ooh.
Yes, 2 minutes and 48 seconds.
48 seconds. Let's put that up.
Yeah, running a bit late tonight. I had a visitor, so I couldn't tell them to bugger off.
Yeah, right.
Could you kindly?
I mean, I could
have a stream.
I mean, I could have. Yeah, I could have, but no, I couldn't.
No, it's fair.
I'm not rude.
Just so you know, Terry, I've got my stream up, so it's only so that you know anything you say.
Oh, okay. Well, while I'm streaming, I'll watch your stream, see what's going on over there.
It's just funny.
What's going on over there?
What's going on here? Just so you know, anything you say has been recorded. Where are we up to?
Oh, I better watch what I say, literally.
Yeah.
You can. Oh, I don't think I got subtitles, so no, you can't do that.
No, you don't. No, why haven't you got subtitles? You got to have subtitles.
No.
How are you supposed to understand some people?
Oh, well, that's true. Let's put on. There we go.
Why am I hearing myself? Oh, yeah, that's right. I better mute that over there.
So I've got your stream up.
There we go.
So your stream is on my stream now.
Okay, and I've got your stream on my stream. I've got your stream on my stream.
Don't cross the streams.
Oh, if everybody else is going to stream, I'll stream too.
Oh shit!
A couple of years back, me and Brainy Beaver tried to do a dual stream. We nearly got there.
Well, Blue can do it, competing streams. But Blues are over. Everyone will go watch Blues. I won't watch us.
That wouldn't be fair because everyone would be on Blues.
Yeah.
Why aren't everybody over on Terry's? Look, Cat, you don't have to hang around up here anymore. You've got the run of the whole bloody house.
But doesn't like what you did with the cat tower.
There's a Facebook group. I'm going to put that on and just say, look, free to a good home because nobody's bloody interested in it. It's absolutely pointless buying the bloody thing.
Except for yourself. You need to keep the ball. That's what I said. Stick the ball and stick it on the shelf above your monitor.
I've got a spare one. It came with a spare ball on that elasticated string. I've got a spare one that sits on the shelf somewhere.
Handy to have a spare ball.
Oh yeah.
Now we've got to see.
Unfortunately, this cat isn't sharp enough to realise that the cat she didn't like downstairs isn't there anymore. And she just keeps... Yeah, unfortunately, Bubble died Monday morning.
That's a bit sad.
And as I realised after the fact, I actually heard her dying. Because I heard her coughing, and then a bit later on, she was making a different noise. I mean, I was, half asleep anyway. I just thought, yeah, whatever. Came downstairs a bit later on, and yeah, the noise I'd heard was her basically choking to death, I think.
That's not good.
Yeah, it's nearly should have been 17. They'd be 17 years old in April, so she ain't done bad. But it's when you come downstairs in the morning expecting to see this black cat wanting to fuss off, and she ain't there. It's a bit of a bugger. But there you go.
Well, you've got 5 watching yours.
I'll say, yeah.
And you've got 4 watching yours.
I'm sure.
I've got 4 watching mine.
Are they the same?
I was watching Timbo's, but I just shut that down.
Yeah, mine says 4, and yours says 5.
5. Hang on a sec. You got 5? That's okay. They'll go over.
I've got your stream here as well.
Yeah, they'll go over.
I've got Fred out there at the moment.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, Fred's there.
Because I'm only going to run.
Who you got?
I'm going to run mine as a backup just in case we fall over. They can always.
You got Larry.
I got.
You got Larry, and I've got Fred.
Armageddon.
You got Tiny Captain.
And Tiny Captain.
And Tiny Captain, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, and Armageddon, yeah.
Armageddon it.
Armageddon fire. Armageddon's fire.
Oh, hang on, that was Def Leppard, wasn't it?
Was it?
Armageddon it. I think so.
They're I've got someone's responded to me on Blues Discord. What are that about?
Oh yes, it was indeed Def Leppard. Armageddon it.
What? When? Who? What? When?
Well, people are just going to have to watch the test pattern for a minute while I get a coffee.
That's all right. They can hear us.
Oh shit! Yeah, hang on. Yeah. Well, if you're doing that, let me pop downstairs and put the kettle on. I'll make a fresh one.
Do that.
Okay. Yeah.
I'll let them know.
I'll just speak to the cat that's now on the bookcase. Good stuffed.
Are we safe to say that I can do share screen through my OBS camera, but don't fiddle with any settings while I'm doing it? And we should be right? Is that what happened last week?
Yeah, well, that seemed to work. I was going to say, when we get into Zoom, I'm going to do a little test. You know, I was trying to get it so I could play and you guys would hear it.
You could play, but you couldn't hear.
Yeah, I have a feeling I've fixed that now, so I just wouldn't mind testing that out just for the case of it, but not necessarily to play it, just to see how it goes. Because I don't.
Yeah. So what did happen on Wednesday?
It all went up shit because you weren't here.
Yeah, it fell apart.
But anyway, the good news was Matt.
I'm afraid.
No, the good.
That's...
But Farmer,
the
good news is.
Yeah.
The good news is Matt was here, so if anything went wrong, we blamed Matt.
Yeah, it was my fault. So it's okay, it's fine. Don't worry about it. It's my fault.
If it was my absence that was screwing it up, I'm afraid for the next few Wednesdays that's going to happen because Wednesday seems to be very hot for site visits at the moment.
But Matt has volunteered to fill in for you and pretend he's a adolescent. What is it again? Agricultural adolescent.
That's it.
Agricultural adolescent.
Although, if we get the timing right, I might be able to join in on Wednesday from Alan's place.
Oh, okay.
The only thing is, I can't.
You'll have to be on the phone because there's no computer.
The only thing is, I can't do Farmer's Boy's accent. I can't do.
Oh, you can't do horizontals level.
I definitely can't do that either.
What accent? I haven't got accent.
Yeah, you were definitely missed though, farmers. There was a couple of spaces there where there was actually only one person talking, and it was very confusing for the audience, I think.
Oh.
Dear.
Where's the special place gone? I can't find it. Where's it gone?
Oh, sorry, I haven't put the thing in yet. I'm coming. I'm coming.
No, I haven't. I can't even find the special place.
No,
oh, there it is.
I did that. Occasionally, I get it hidden, and I got to find it again. But yeah.
Yeah, that's what happened to me.
Did you lose it? Did you? You lose your special place.
I lost my special place. Yeah.
Well, I think there's a bit that shrinks that whole thing down.
Yeah.
Oh, hang on, where's it gone?
Yeah,
You got to find that thing you accidentally clicked on to open it all up again.
Yeah, that's what I did.
There you go.
Oh, you got it up already.
Right, there you
special
go.
Place. I'm going to touch you in your special place.
Under the old squad. Yeah, okay, let's see how we go over in
Okay, but Armageddon...
It's like the way Timber went out.
Armageddon Pony Captain came back.
It was a bit creepy, wasn't it?
It was a bit...
Yeah.
Now, just
sound like a dirty old man then.
And just because I get to try out some stuff I've been setting up, so in theory,
so it's going to be a guinea pig.
A little bit of a guinea pig.
We're going to be the guinea pigs.
If I join over here, they can see what's going on. I'm just launching in.
You do look like a bit of a guinea pig, to be fair, Terry.
You haven't seen me with my beard and stuff on. Guinea pig.
Where's the adolescent agricultural assistant gone?
I don't know, he's run away.
And why is my Zoom taking up too long to load up?
I'm in here.
Yeah.
No, you're here.
There
I'm not over there yet.
Join with computer audio.
I'll mute over there, so that way they don't hear me over there.
Gonna mute.
Same.
It's easy for me just to come out of bloody Discord.
Yeah. I
just draw back on these headphones.
Ah, there's the adolescent agricultural assistant. Came over here.
Long time since I was an adolescent. Come on, and for you, well, for all of us, I guess. But
I'm an adolescent. I know what you're talking about. I'm still very young. Up
here.
Yeah, yeah. To be fair, in my head, in my head, I still feel like I'm 21, but my body's going, nah, don't be daft.
Mentally, I don't feel like I'm 52 because what you're supposed to feel like at 52.
Oh no.
Look, I'm feeling very.
I definitely feel like I'm 61.
Yeah, my body goes, come on, let's do that, and my mind is going, yeah, come on, let's do that, and my body
goes, your mind does, but the body doesn't.
Yeah, right, sure. Don't be daft.
I had that Wednesday, so we're into London to go to look at a place at Monument, and then 3 of us were supposed to go across to Victoria to look at a building. We'd been there the week before, and we were supposed to have permission to get up onto the roof. That didn't happen. Then we had to go back to London Bridge area to go and have a meeting there. So there's an awful lots of walking and tubing and walking. We do all that. Then I eventually get back to my bloody car in South Ruislip. It should be just over an hour's drive home. Took over 3 hours because the M40 was shut. And I got home and I thought, why am I so knackered? And I thought, oh, that's right, I'm not a teenager anymore. What a fucking day that was. Pain in the arse. So I got back to the car about 3 o'clock and I thought, oh, that's all right. There won't be any traffic. Yeah, when you're averaging a quarter of a mile an hour or something.
See, I think I've been very clever now. Because can you see how you can see me in YouTube, in Zoom? And if you look over on the stream, I've still got the other one going. So I worked out how to have the Timbo turtle.
I haven't got your YouTube open.
Oh, okay. But anyway, I've got I'm able to work out how to separate my avatar from OBS so that I can have one avatar here and then have a completely different thing going on over in YouTube. I was very happy with that. And I can even switch between Tery's and our... you don't have it open, but you can switch between Tery's view and...
Alan.
There you go. There's
Alan.
Morning.
Alan.
Morning.
Alan.
Yeah.
I think Matt's trying to wind you up, Alan.
I think he is.
I wouldn't do that. I wouldn't do that.
Unless he's trying to get a bite out of you.
There's plenty of opportunities to wind me up, usually.
I made the mistake of just, whilst I was sat downstairs watching telly last night, I thought, pick up the phone and I'll have a quick listen into Bev's live stream. And I do like this thumbnail for Friday because it has me and the Rumpus on it every week, you know. We live in this brain rent-free. And I've learned something new that I was not aware of. Excuse me. You cannot draw a circle on a sphere.
Apparently not.
Oh, okay.
I was like, I ain't got any decent sized balls around here where I could just, like, you know, feel myself going, oh look, there's a fucking circle. What do you mean you can't draw a circle on a sphere?
Yes. So has he given up on the line and angle thing?
I don't. I dropped it a couple of times. And I heard that and I thought, no bollocks, I'm going back to the telly. I can't handle this.
No, and you can't have a straight line on a sphere.
No,
you can. Well, so you can pick up a tennis ball and go, oh, there's a straight line. I've just drawn it on there with my marker pen. You know, you could draw a circle on there and go, look, I've drawn a circle on the sphere. But according to him, you can't.
So where do you get the angle from? The straight line.
I'm sorry, I can't think down to his level. I'm incapable of doing it.
Yes, that came up. I had up on Blue's Discord. I had some discussion about that and went and said, actually, you probably have to nick over to my Monty to see it, or have a look on Blue's Discord. You can see up past the plane through the sphere, and funny enough, you get a circle, and then the sphere and the plane still stay there. Because the wording, I don't know who it was, whether it was one of Bev Light's, made the silly statement. Who was he talking to? Was it Ollie or Wiggles? You can see up past the plane through the sphere, and who's that? Enough, you get a circle, and then.
Well, of course you do.
And the plane will stay there. Because the wording, I don't know who it was, whether it was.
Why am I getting feedback?
Yeah,
who's made the silly statement?
No, I've got everything turned off on my end.
Wiggles, you can see.
Sorry, it was me.
Past the plane through the sphere. Okay, good. You get a circle, and then.
Well, of course you do.
Oh, was that Matt again?
And the plane will stay there. It's blue. Because the wording, I don't know who it was, whether it was.
Yeah,
wait.
Did you say that was Matt?
Yeah, somebody was streaming.
I don't know how, because
it was me.
It's okay, good. It's still there somewhere.
Well, of course you do.
And the plane stayed there. It's blue. Because the wording, I don't know who it was, whether it was.
What's going on there?
It's not me.
Who's doing that?
It's not me.
It must be blue still. Somebody.
Not
me.
No, sorry, it was me.
It's still there somewhere.
Timbo, sort yourself out.
It's not me. It's not me. It's blue.
Timbo?
I know it's my voice, but it's not me.
What's going on there?
Wait.
Who's doing that, maybe?
Who's doing that? It must be Blue.
Hang on a minute. Oh, look. It stopped. Timbo, sort yourself
Yeah,
out.
wonder why.
Because I muted Timbo.
Oh,
I know it's my voice, but it's not me.
it's fixed. It's fixed.
Who's doing that?
It fixed it because I've muted him.
Yeah.
He can unmute himself, can't he?
Yeah.
Oh, look. Yeah. But I'd say he was the only one who was lighting up. It's because he's got umpteen bloody streams going, it's feeding back through his system somewhere. Does he even realise I've muted him?
Oh, there you
It
go.
fixed it because I've muted him.
Well, he said he was playing around with it, so.
Yeah. But
No, was
I'd
it?
say he was the only one who was lighting up. It's because he's got umpteen yourself out, Tim, then you can unmute yourself. It's feeding back through
Dory
his
said, are we on
system
some kind of time loop?
somewhere.
I hate temporal mechanics.
Does he even realise I've muted him? No, Dory, you will hate temporal mechanics.
Yeah.
Yes, no, that's how I knew it wasn't me because I hadn't changed.
Sort yourself out, Tim, then you can unmute yourself.
Does anyone want to hear a time travel
Who's
joke?
doing that? Yeah, go for it. It'll come back.
You
to us
didn't
in a
get
sec.
it.
Yeah.
We didn't like it. the
No,
first time.
Dory, you will hate temporal mechanics. So, yes, Alan, Wednesday morning-ish. Well,
Yep.
probably be getting on for lunchtime, but
Yeah,
he's still talking.
whenever.
Well, I think Google Maps reckons it's probably nearly an hour's drive from Lowestoft to your gaff. Yeah.
We didn't like it the
So,
first
I
time.
don't know, half 11,
Yeah,
12
probably
o'clock, something like that. Yeah. So,
Well,
yes,
I mean,
Alan,
you're not coming over the bridge of death, are you?
Well,
That
probably
way.
be getting on for lunchtime, but
No, yeah, whenever. No, he's coming up from the south,
well,
so no
I
bridge of
think
death.
Google
Oh,
Maps
yeah,
reckons
yeah,
yeah,
it's,
I know where
it's
it's
probably
coming, yeah.
nearly an hour's
The other
drive
way.
from Lowestoft to your gaff.
Yeah.
So I don't know, half
Yeah,
11, 12 o'clock, something
Coming
like
up
that.
through the south
Yeah.
bit, up that
Well,
way. Yeah.
I mean, I'm there at 10 o'clock. If it takes more than half an hour, I'll be impressed, which is really
he's coming up
annoying
from the
because it's going to
south,
take
so
me
no
3 odd
bridge of
hours to
death.
get to Lowestoft for half an hour's work. But there you go.
Hmm.
But they pay you for all of it, so don't.
Yeah, Lowestoft is as bad as Wales for me. I mean, it took me 3 hours to get to Swansea. And the first time I went there, I was there for 40 minutes. So yeah, as soon as I'm done, I'll truck on over, and I strongly suspect that Tery will be streaming by then. So
You're right. I see.
You there, Timbo?
I'm there. I'm here. Can you hear
I
me?
can see his lips moving.
yeah.
Can you hear me? Hello?
Tiny Captain says I can still hear the stream on his stream, and it's still echoing.
Yeah, give it a sec to catch
Right,
up.
he's obviously still fiddling, and
He's done something.
yeah.
So you guys.
Is he
can-
over in Discord still? No, he's muted and deaf and over there.
Yeah, no, I can hear you, so it's okay.
So that's not a problem.
Problem was he'd got your stream open, his stream open, and I don't know.
He seemed to have a full YouTube delay cycle going there, didn't he?
Yeah.
He says, right, he can hear us.
Yeah.
I'll fix at my end. Well, yes, because it was obviously your problem, because as soon as I muted you, it stopped.
Yeah, exactly.
And you were the only one lighting up, so it was obviously coming through your end, so to speak.
Yeah, Paul Blue was thinking it was his problem. Had a problem, but it wasn't.
Well,
No.
it couldn't be, because I think Blue was muted at the time anyway, so you wouldn't
No.
have heard anything from him.
So you should hear me now, right?
And I thought, right,
Yeah,
yes,
we do hear you now. Yeah.
And the reason why you couldn't hear me was.
And we
because
only hear you. And we only hear you once.
And the reason why you couldn't hear me was because you muted me.
Yeah, I
Yeah, but
muted you because all the feedback was coming from you.
Yeah, I
Yeah,
get
we're
that,
hearing-
but
it was the
when I was talking back to you and I said I can hear you, the reason why you couldn't hear me was because you muted me.
Yeah. All you had to do was unmute yourself.
Well, yeah, except it didn't work out. That was why you couldn't hear me. I was going through everything else, and then came back into Zoom. Oh, I'm muted. That's why you can't hear me. I thought I'd turn something else off somewhere because I was cleaning up everywhere else. Oh, fixed now.
Good. That's the main thing. As long as there's no more horrible echoes and feedback.
Yeah, no, I just realised
What Dora?
I had
Oh,
Terry's.
Dora can't hear me.
I had
there we
Terry's
go.
stream turned on, and that was what was flicking back through. So,
Sorry, Dora.
Yeah.
They couldn't hear me. They could hear you, but they couldn't hear me.
It's a bit like talking to Jin sometimes in Gem server, and everything goes quiet, and he's telling people to shut up.
Oh yeah.
He does have a habit. I mean, there was that time. I think everybody's got a capture of it now. There was a whole load of us talking to him, and everything went quiet, and he kept asking us all to be quiet, and we realised that he's 30 seconds out because he wasn't listening to us. He was listening to the YouTube stream.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, that went on for a couple of minutes. He's going, shut up! He's arguing with himself.
And it's like, nobody's bloody talking. Nobody's saying a word. He's going, will you shut up? What? Who's he talking to?
Yeah.
It was 30 seconds behind, bless him.
But he did try to offer me some technical advice how to live stream through Discord.
What, Jin?
Oh, no, not Jin. Sorry, I was thinking of someone else.
All right. Oh, I know. Oh, yeah, I know you're thinking of. Yeah.
Oh, gee, I understand that Oakley was apparently claiming that he won the debate with the AI, the open AI. Apparently, he won the debate. Did you hear about that?
Well, you'd kind of think that was his assumption, because otherwise, why would he make a video about it?
Well, this is true, but I mean, it's embarrassing because I mean, it's plainly obvious he was beaten by an AI just by reading what he put and what the responses were.
And there's several people posted out in the comments afterwards. You'll note that he's using his typical method of arguing. The AI hasn't finished writing out his answer, and he's tap 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 tap. He's like trying to shout an AI down just by text. Yeah.
I got OpenAI to actually correct itself and apologise to me.
I did see you post. It was a tweet or something you put up about that.
Yeah. Well, I asked a question about Apollo 11. I was just sort of playing around with it, and it mentioned that Neil Armstrong said one small step for man, one giant leap for mankind. And I corrected him. He said, no, it didn't. He said one small step for a man. And it said, sorry, you're right. Neil Armstrong confirmed it. Yeah, there you go. I won.
That's one of those famous, very famous speech. Well, not a speech because it wasn't long enough. Misquotes, because I think the nerves got the better of him, didn't they? Yeah. Either that, they just, the transmission didn't quite pick up what he said because he was a bit quiet and. Yeah. Manages to get all the way to the moon surface for the first time ever, and then fluffs his lines.
Well, I was having well, I mean, he didn't really, because if you listen carefully to it, me and somebody else had a discussion on Discord about it. I think it's Lemur 67. That's right. And it's that sound. Yeah. Because if you listen carefully, he does say one small step for a man, and it's it's very subtle. But of course, with the communications of today, didn't quite pick it up. Now, if we had much more modern communication, much clearer, that probably would have been picked up. Yeah. And it's it's partly to do with kind of how he speaks the English language, and not quite so clear crystal communications, right? So I think that's where it came about.
Oh yes, if that had all been done and captured and transmitted with modern technology, then yeah.
Yeah. But it matters not.
No. He still did what he did.
Yeah. But I just thought it was quite funny that I got a OpenAI to apologise to me and correct itself.
Well,
proud of that.
It is supposed to learn, so.
Yeah. Well, apparently, no. What I've learned about that OpenAI, apparently, it stopped learning in 2021. Sometime. I think it was September. Yeah, apparently they turned it off. They disconnected it from the internet, and since then it hasn't been learning. So it hasn't learned anything new since September of 2021. Apparently. Yeah, because I asked it. I think if you go into OpenAI now and ask it when its birthday is, it mentions it.
All right.
Well, why they turned it off? Why it can't be like a continuous learning thing? I don't know. I've no idea.
Yeah, that don't make a lot of sense. You'd think you'd want it to carry on learning.
Yeah, exactly. But no, apparently not. It's not learning anymore. It's just sharing information now.
Mm.
It's quite clever, I must admit, though.
Yeah, well,
I've been using it to. Sorry, go ahead.
Oh, I was going to say I was listening to Watsy's, getting beaten by it, and it had quite sensible responses to what he said, and I'm thinking that's quite good because
bit repetitive at times, but what else can you do?
It's the same question, but
and repeat what you.
Yeah, sorry, go Matt.
Yeah, I don't even know what I was going to say now. To be honest, I forgot. He's gone.
Did I talk over you again?
Probably. No, I think we talked over each other. To be fair.
Yeah. So Alan was pleased with his blue certificate because I made him much younger.
Oh, you got one, did you?
Yeah, only a little bit younger, but
I like the little message you put at the bottom that this is satire and don't take it seriously or you're stupid or something on those lines.
Yeah, it was along the lines of yes. If you take this seriously, then you're an idiot.
Yeah, that's
and not in touch with
that
reality.
Doesn't even work with flat earthers, does it?
No. No, I went through and changed all the text, so Blue had no chance. Little men in black suits were going to turn up at his door because he was. Although I still think he should sell them.
Apparently,
sell them on Patreon.
When I was over on Bebs, I was called one of Blue's. What do they call us? One of Blue's something
Blue Marble
or other.
Scientists?
Not Blue Scientists.
Blue Marble Scientists.
No, it was something else. It was the people in the chat that were calling us one of Blue's. Oh, I think I've forgotten what it's called now. They called us something else.
Something Blue's. Derogatory, no doubt.
Something, yeah.
Something pleasant.
What it was now. Whatever it was. So anyway, what I thought I'd do is I'll ask them a question of what they thought an arc minute was, and eventually, or a minute of arc, whatever you want to call it. And eventually one of them answered, and I said, well, how many meters are there from the North Pole to the equator? Because, wanted to see what his minions thought. Yep. And when one said, oh, Blue says it's 10 million. So, all right. Okay, and I said, well, how many do you think it is? And he said, well, is that straight meters or curved meters? I said curved meters ? No, just straight meters. I don't know. I said, okay, well, how many curved meters is it? I don't know. It's like a farmer's boiler.
Is it a straight meter?
Or a curved meter?
Curved meter, yeah. It's a metal tape. They don't curve very well, but that's still a meter. That's a meter. That's a meter. That's a meter. That's a meter.
Well, I've asked them questions like that. If is a 25 meter length of rope only 25 meters if you stretch it out? What if you coil it up? Is it still 25 meters of rope? I don't know.
Yeah.
Apparently, they're very confused about this.
So I said, well, okay, so what's the difference between a curved meter and a straight meter? And they just laughed at me. So you don't know what curved means? Well, yeah, I do. I'm just asking you. What's the difference?
It's still a meter.
Yeah, it's still a meter. Yeah, but they wouldn't answer that. They wouldn't want, and it all went quiet then and stuff like that. So okay, right. So after a while, I just left after asking a few more times. It's quite funny just to poke them a little bit. Get silly
the head games they go through to try to deny that there are curves and arcs and spheres and balls.
Yeah.
Because Bev's told them that spherical geometry isn't a thing, so therefore it isn't a thing because he said so. And none of them will dare go against anything he says.
That's just silly, as we know.
Yeah.
Welcome to Flat Earth.
But
it's just silly.
The thing is, what gets me when I asked him how many meters it was between North Pole and the equator, and he said, "Well, is that curved meters or straight meters?" He didn't. I said, "Well, what is it in straight meters? What it in curved meters?" He didn't know. Well, okay, if you didn't know, why were you asking me whether it's straight meters or curved meters? Why did you to ask me that to begin with? Like he knew what it meant, Why do you feel the need to ask me that question if you don't know the answer?
That's right.
African or European?
That's right. Yeah.
Mike,
yes, but the African meter is non-migratory.
Here's a little a little bit of a test, but let's see if you can hear this. I'll just play this. It's not coming through yet, so come on. I was playing 2 seconds ago, and now that I wanted you to guys hear it, you
can't hear a thing.
Nah, you shouldn't be able to hit. Still
Well,
working.
how
Oh, there we go.
you do imagine on.
Can you hear that?
It's
Right.
a set of
So
intersection points.
Blue Marble says a circle is a.
So you can hear that?
Unfortunately, yes.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, this was a little bit that came up. I'll just. Is that all right, Terry? Play this for a few seconds.
Yeah.
A plane figure bounded by one curved line, and such that all straight lines drawn from a certain point within it to the bounding line are equal.
Okay, everyone, what's he describing? No, not paid attention.
Is he describing a circle or a disc?
Yep, a circle or a disc.
Yep.
Same thing. That was for this effort. Same thing. Sorry, Alan.
No, I was going to say a circumference.
Well, this is
And then he's
going.
wrote
We'll
the
go on.
bounding line. I don't know. But okay, they're equal. So where you place your pointy bit of the compass to where you put the circle, right? Are they equal? Are all of the straight lines from where you place your pointy bit to the line that you draw, the circumference? Are they equal?
If you made straight lines, yeah, it would be a cone, but there are no straight lines involved.
Would be
because
a
we're talking
cone.
Great circles.
It would be a cone, did you say?
That's flat.
Is a
if
cone
they
a
were straight
plane
lines.
figure?
Saying if
Matt,
A
is
then B.
a cone a plane figure?
Well, no.
See, he wasn't listening, was he?
Okay,
All
so
the
when
lines-
Blue
No.
No, that's typical, isn't it? So.
Because he clearly said if they were straight lines, it would be a cone, but they aren't straight lines; they're great circles.
Yeah. So it's flat Earth.
Well,
flat
I
Earth
mean,
math.
he's only gonna cherry pick what he wants to suit his narrative, isn't he? I mean, that's what all flat earthers do.
Yeah, but Bev is a huge proponent
Yeah,
of not just cherry picking, but thinking he heard what he wants to hear, not what the guy actually said.
Yeah, he does that all the time. Yeah, we know that. Yeah.
So I'll go on with what he says. Hang on.
Blue Marble's writing in here in the chat for you, Matt.
Compass for the cone.
Yeah, Blue Marble's trying to help you out here, right? He's quoting it. I'm quoting Blue Marble here. He says, a circle is a plane figure bounded by one curved line, and such that all straight lines drawn from a certain point within it to the bounding line are equal. Now, you've just said that where you placed your point and drew the circumference, they are equal, but they form a cone. And I asked you if a cone was a plane figure, and you said not. So obviously, by your own definition, it does not fit
That's not what you said.
the thing that Blue is
That's not what he
put
said.
in there for a
Okay,
circle.
So I think the problem that we're having is
Is it Blue's having the problem?
Is that we can draw a circle multiple ways. One of the ways is to use a compass on a sheet of paper on a table, and then you pull the pointy bit and the pencil apart, and that forms your radius.
You didn't pull
on
them
a
up,
flat sheet of
and
paper.
not what he said.
Another
That's a
way of
typical
forming
radius
a circle,
for a circle, isn't it?
Another way of forming a circle, the pointy bit and the pencil are not the radius, but you still stick the pointy bit on the ball, and you draw a circle. The pointy bit is not the center of the circle, so therefore the distance between the pointy bit and the pencil is not the radius, but you're still drawing a circle. You're still drawing a circle.
Yeah.
I was going to say, technically, it's still a radius, but anyway, move on.
You is that something you teach?
No, I don't tend to teach.
You don't
3D
teach that.
geometry.
No.
But
You just
I
come in
think
here
it's
and
very
talk to adults
Not a
about your
circle, though.
bullshit.
Still not a circle.
Anyone can look
You're
up
not
in
an
Euclid,
adult.
what's the intersection between a
Might be
plane
physically,
and a
but
circle
mentally
and a
you're
sphere,
not.
and
This is the bit I found that just had no concept of intersection.
that shape.
Are we
called a
clear
circle.
now,
On the
though, what
plane.
a circle is? Like, I know most of us in here understand exactly what a circle is. Are we
think you do.
talking about the same thing now?
So, exactly what blue marble science defined, but that is not the only way you can draw it.
But a
That's
circle is a
the-
plane figure, right?
Absolutely.
Okay.
When you intersect a plane and a sphere, you're going to get a circle.
What?
When you intersect a
On the
plane
plane.
and a sphere, you're going to get a circle.
On the plane.
Right, and also on the sphere. It's the
Right,
set of
no,
intersection
no,
points. They belong to both.
Just on the plane. No, just on the plane.
Goodness. You know what an intersection
Oh my
means?
goodness!
Oh,
Oh my goodness!
shut up,
Because
let
the
him
center
finish.
is not on the sphere, nor
No,
is
that's
the
not a
radius.
prerequisite.
Oh,
That's
it
not
is.
Jones.
Is a circumference a circle? Is a
He
circumference
might be
a circle?
talking. He might be talking
Yeah, that's
about a
Mike Jones.
spherical cap, the base of a spherical cap, a conical
Do you know what the
spherical
word
cap.
intersection means?
Do you know what the word circumference means?
Notice you're not answering my question.
Do you know what the word circumference means?
Just start it off
already
with a
defined
yes,
it,
Mike.
so you're
Just
not
say
really
yes.
being
Yeah,
truthful.
so you know that it's not a circle.
A circumference
What?
is not a.
You get the gist of where it goes. I just know it.
What?
Yes.
So a circumference is not a circle now.
No, apparently not.
What?
And also, he accepts that when you push the plane through the circle, plane through a sphere, that you get a circle, but it only appears on the plane, not on the sphere. So how could it be on one and disappears when you look at the other?
It's the words "great circle" that kind of give it away.
Well, it doesn't have to be a great circle. Any plane through a sphere will create a circle.
Any point, anyone.
Yeah.
Exactly.
We'll create a circle, not
So
necessarily.
if you cut
a
an
great
orange
circle.
up into, if you cut an orange up into segments, you don't get circles. You don't get circles.
If your first cut, you'll get a circle on both sides.
If you cut it in half, yeah.
Yeah, you'll get or
a circle.
When you cut it through once.
Take one segment out, then no.
Yeah, but you cut it into segments.
Technically, the circumference is a property of the circle. Because the
yes
circumference is the length of that circle. It's the perimeter of a circle.
I agree with you, except I've been in blues and been told by all the mathematicians that, there's other ways of looking at it. So I don't disagree with you, but there's other ways.
But in general day-to-day use, yes, the circumference is a circle because the circumference is of the circle.
You can only have a circumference on a circle and an ellipse.
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 Yes.
That thing.
Lift.
Yes.
Yeah, absolutely right. Yeah. Circle or ellipse. But
yeah.
And that again is a problem with these words that we use in everyday language. We all take them to be this when they can also be that, and of course that's another of Bev's strong go-to points. We all know what the accepted definition of words are, but he's got a different one, or an old-fashioned one that dropped out of use 200 years ago, or whatever, because it's all part of the game.
Well, I thought I'd play a little bit from Geo's one where Use Perspective was still having issues with Coriolis and aeroplanes.
Oh, God, back to that again, are we?
Well,
Coriolis stuff.
that's good, but at least I can say now that I can play YouTube and you guys can hear it, so that worked well.
You've tested it and it worked.
And it worked, yeah.
Yep.
Just a shame it had to be his bloody voice.
Yeah, well, I was listening to Planet Work earlier, but...
Was that off of YouTube? Off the YouTube, was it?
Yeah, that was YouTube.
Okay.
So you didn't record that off YouTube. That was actually YouTube itself you were playing.
Yeah. So I was playing it from the Discord.
From Bev's channel. Yeah.
Blues Discord, but it was a YouTube channel. But what I've worked out how to loop.
Still a YouTube link.
I've worked out how to loop everything back through into Zoom, so you guys can hear it and everything can stream, etc. Hear it as well. So it's okay. It's working well.
Wait.
Okay, sorry, Terry, and you were going to play some of Jim's server.
No, I was going to play a little bit of this.
Yeah, Terry, don't
What, Matt?
Don't touch anything.
Okay.
Don't touch anything.
Right. No, don't. Well, play it, but don't fiddle with anything. Don't make any
that's what I mean. Don't touch anything else.
Right. What happens if I press this button?
Basically, what it's a bit like me going into your shed and your garage where your car is, and like you got all your tools all neatly all piled up and all neat and nice.
Yeah, I got them all. I know where everything is.
Yeah, and you'll probably say, "Don't touch anything, Matt." Probably
right.
Yeah. Same thing.
Don't dumped on the bench.
Yeah.
Oh no, hang on, that's my bench. I really must tidy that bench up.
My missus will be down there sometimes when I'm down there, and she'll pick something up off the bench. And I say, "Don't pick that up. Leave that where it was."
Yeah, it belongs there. Don't touch it.
Don't move it, I'll never find it again.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It looks like chaos, but it's my chaos. I know where everything is.
Exactly. Right.
I gave you the guided tour of the mess down there.
You did, yeah.
My mother did that once to my father's aero modelling workshop.
Oh God.
I did it all up when we weren't there. Dad went mental.
Can't
We
find
couldn't
anything now.
find stuff for months.
She's tidied it away. Where has she tidied it? Yeah.
Yeah. In fact, he had to go out and buy new stuff
because he couldn't find it.
Replace the stuff he couldn't find. Because
So if we moved one of your books there, Matt, Farmer, if you weren't looking, if we moved a book, you'd know that was missing or moved.
Most of it, probably yes.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I would. I'm just looking over off screen where all my modelling stuff is. I tidied up. I tidied up the right-hand side where I do all the making and the modelling. What I need to tidy up is the left-hand side where I do all the painting and the spraying, because, quite frankly, it looks like somebody's lobbed a grenade in there. It's a right bloody state.
Yeah, but you know where everything is, don't you?
Well, sort of.
Well, I mean,
sort of.
This is probably why Farmer hasn't got a woman in his life at the moment, because otherwise she'll just come in and tidy it up and you won't know where finding anything.
Look, I've said for nearly 7 years now, it's great living on your own because everything's where you left it. The trick is to remember
where you left it. Yeah, that's yeah. When you get to our age, it does get a bit more difficult.
That's the challenge. It's like, you know, I go into the other spare room and go, it's in here somewhere. Where did I bloody put it?
I'm actually quite lucky. My missus knows exactly where I put things.
Yeah.
I don't know where I put things, but she knows where I put things. So I just ask her and say, "Where's this?" And she knows instantly where it is because I put it there, but I can't remember.
Well,
she knows.
I had that to a degree when I was married, but basically, whoever had the house before us had converted the garage, back half of the garage, into an office, and that was my office. And that was like, you can come in here and you can talk to me and you can ask me questions, but touch nothing. And she was quite au fait with that. So that was my space, you know.
Yeah. It's the same with my
even
computer.
then, even then, you rummage around and go, oh, for fuck's sake, where did I put that? You know.
Yeah, it's the same with my computer desk. My missus doesn't touch anything on my computer desk. I know exactly where things are. I don't need it touched. Just leave it there.
Yeah.
Paperwork that I might need to refer to shortly. It looks like a mess, but it's not. I know where everything is.
There's a pile there. There's a pile there on the windowsill. There's a pile.
Anything else in the house, I have no clue where I put things. No clue, but I know what everything is in my desk.
Oh no, I'm very disciplined. I have. Oh look, there you go. You can see the bloody logo, Oxy Lidl.
Lidl.
Most of them are Lidl.
Stop advertising. Anyway, Terry, what you got?
I'm just trying to get the bit to play because I'll just play 10 minutes of it because Bob the Science Guy is trying to explain it to New Perspective because he's more of a pilot, knowing about flight paths, and New Perspective keeps getting things confused about which directions, north, south, east, and west.
It was just Bob, did you say?
Yeah, Bob the Science Guy was in there too.
Yeah.
Okay, now what have I got to do? Somehow I've got to turn virtual camera on. Okay.
Oh dear. Well, thanks for watching the stream, guys.
Yeah.
Well, I did that last week. Turn virtual camera on.
Get ready to see the next stream.
And then you should be able to see.
Yeah.
If I do.
I'll have to pin you though.
That.
Drum roll.
If I do. But it's back to front for me, but not for you. And.
Now you've got to get the sound to work.
We need no sound. So if I press play.
That's my job.
The Peanuts should be able to hear this and see this.
Right, okay. Are you ready, Terry? Are you ready, everybody?
I hope so. Trepidation is kicking in.
Terry.
Yes, Matt.
Yeah, press play.
Okay. Do it again.
A lot of watch that you would have to make up for. And they always try to say, well, you just bank east and correct for it. Well, if you're headed south-southwest, you can't bank east and correct for it. You have to pick up.
The only reason they say east is because we're talking about a north-south direction. Left and right is just deviating from your path of travel.
Yeah, east is the reason we talk about east, Howard, is because the Earth is supposedly moving eastward at the equator 1,000 miles an hour. And so if you had to gain momentum, if you had to gain 500 miles of eastward momentum, but you only flew west, you can't say you banked east at all because you're headed south-southwest.
This gave me a headache trying to figure out what he was
Banking east would
going
only
on
be
about.
towards the equator. It wouldn't be in an eastward direction. You'd have to gain 500 miles per hour eastward momentum. But if you never went east, you can't even talk about this idea of gaining momentum in that direction. Yeah, that's why they have to make it seem like I don't understand, or that it's just stationary and the same thing, or it's irrelevant and it's relevant and correct for it, but don't worry about it. Just follow your ground speed. These are all ways of you guys trying to justify
I put the whole write-up in the chat for you. Go ahead and look at that, and hopefully that'll make some sense to you.
Yeah. Okay, go ahead and look at it. You can't explain it, can you?
I have explained it a number of times, but you go look at it in writing so that you can digest it a little better.
Yeah. It's all about me now. See how this tactic of making it seem like I don't understand.
It is about you. You're not getting it. We're trying very hard to help you get it and walk you through it.
You just don't get it. Seriously, that's the only thing we're trying to help you with. You're not getting it.
Yeah, you're trying to help me. See how this is gaslighting you guys? Everybody listening can hear this.
I put it right there for you. Here, I'll put it up again just so that you can see it again. Right there. Yeah. That explains it. That explains Coriolis and how the east-west Coriolis works.
Rather than explain the situation you can't get out of because it's a gotcha.
No, I've already explained it to you a few times. You're just not getting it.
You didn't explain shit. You think left and right's the same.
I've heard Blue explain it on many occasions.
I never said that at all.
Yeah.
Not Blue, sorry, Bob. And Blue.
Talk about
I never said that at all. The deviation is to the right. It doesn't matter what direction it is. I've told you that a dozen times.
That's ridiculous. You want to repeat that again for everybody? Left and right.
Coriolis causes a deviation to the right in the northern hemisphere. It doesn't matter what direction it is. It doesn't matter what direction you're traveling.
Plane's direction. If the plane's headed south-southwest, left and right don't mean east and west any longer.
What?
I agree with you. Absolutely. And the deviation is to the right. And that's all. It doesn't matter what direction you're going.
Oh, I see he's coming.
Bob, very simple question. Don't divert and don't try to act like you're teaching me anything. Just answer the question.
I'm not teaching you anything because you're just not getting it. I'm not able to teach it to you.
I don't get it because that's your go-to.
Because he's not listening.
You're headed south-southwest, Bob, but you're headed to a higher tangential velocity. How are you going to gain eastward momentum if you're only going west and south?
Well, you've got a west component on that, and you're going to have less westward movement than you would have if you weren't dealing with the Coriolis effect.
Okay, everybody just repeat that in their heads and see if you can make sense of it.
That doesn't matter if it makes sense to you or not. I gave you the write-up for it. Just read it.
It's not.
I think Kosho's animation kind of puts it in perspective. This ball.
Yeah, right. I love that animation. I love that animation.
So yeah, picture. Okay,
this is so funny.
It's really hard to talk to you. Every time I start to say something, you talk over me. I mean, I don't want to whine about it. I'm trying to answer it. The actual change of direction with respect from point A to point B is the reason why you can then end up at a higher tangential velocity position. You didn't just go straight down. It actually took a curved path, and that curved path is the reason why you now can end up at a higher tangential velocity, but in a different position. Longitudinally, because you have now changed longitudinal positions as a consequence of that. I mean, I've tried the most simplest.
You can't gain eastward momentum.
Then you gotta talk over me.
He just doesn't have the insight to be able to do this. You know,
we have to agree, Bob. It's a great question. I just wish you'd understand our answer because it's actually it's a valid question.
No, it's a fantastic question, and east-west Coriolis is very difficult to wrap your head around because you've got to sit down and you've got to look at it in 3 dimensions.
And that's why Kosho's animation should help you understand what we're talking about.
Doesn't help anything. He's trying to make it seem like there's this avenue that keeps you in line with the Earth, automatically locks you into this one-to-one position with the Earth. That's not even how you do.
No.
It's not even explained.
Well, that ball's going straight. But it's knocking over the borders to the right-hand side of it, right?
Hey,
this is analogous to going north, right? This is analogous to going north.
No, you're diverting. You realize that you can't pick up eastward momentum when you're only going west. You have no answer for that. Period. That's why there's silence in the room right now.
No, I'm just
Yeah, answer it.
Frustrating.
Don't make it about me.
it is. I just
Answer the question.
This isn't the southward. This is more looking north, right?
Don't make
this
it about me.
That's
shooting the ball north.
I have a southward one, but that's a northbound one. Yeah.
Yeah, I know.
What's your answer?
I know. I've seen the south one you did.
How do you pick up eastward momentum when you're headed to a higher tangential velocity?
Look at the drawing. Look at the animation. Look at the cartoon. It says everything right there.
Oh yeah, the cartoon. The cartoon
It shows you how it happens. It's a perception thing.
No, it's just.
Remember,
it's
the
just
surface is not changing. It's only
doesn't work.
it's only the tangential velocities with respect to the axis of rotation.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. You really answered it there, didn't you?
No.
How do you
So
gain?
we have a ball leaving the surface, and as a consequence of it having a lower tangential velocity to start, it ends up turning in that reference frame, and that turning is what gives it the extra tangential velocity upon its arrival at the higher tangential velocity latitude.
Huh? What?
I couldn't speak any slower and explain it any better, I don't think.
That
I know
actually
you're
made
not
sense
gonna
to me. That really did.
Answer the direct question again. I'll ask: how do you gain eastward momentum when you're headed to a higher tangential velocity?
By the actual natural diverting over the remember in the inertial. Hold on.
Probably good.
You remember because it's only with respect to the ground. You're not really. It's a virtual gaining of momentum. You're not gaining momentum.
Oh, it's virtual now. It's virtual momentum.
Well, because you're going in a straight line with respect to the sun. The sun just sees that thing take off from the north and goes south, and it goes in a perfectly straight line. It goes in it doesn't gain any momentum with respect to the sun. It's only gaining momentum with the ground.
Oh, now you're talking about momentum.
Oh my God!
Now you're talking about that's not diverting. Come on.
No, I'm trying to put it in perspective for you.
You don't have to worry about me.
Your name is Perspective. This is a new perspective. New perspective. Trying to give you a new perspective.
You admitted to failing on this, and now you're acting like you never failed.
I'm hurt that I can't convince you to understand.
You're not hurt about any logic here. No, you're talking about me not being able to understand something.
Yes,
you won't answer
I'm failing
I'm
failing it.
He's answered the question. He won't listen to the answer.
If it's not the answer he wants,
it's hilarious for anyone.
If it's not the answer he wants,
I'm not doing a good enough job.
It's
my fault. You're right.
The answer to this direct question, and don't talk over.
That's what I mean. If he doesn't get the answer he wants, he won't listen to the answer.
You have a complete change.
Direct question, and don't talk over me. How do you gain momentum?
You have a complete change.
You only went west and south. You never went east.
In the car when the guy's asking how far you go, and it's 60 miles. It's almost like that girl in the car when the guy's asking how far you go, and it's 60 miles.
I have to jump it again. That doesn't break it.
Be directly straight above it, so it's gonna be definitely to the right, like Corliss does affect things to the right in the northern hemisphere, going north. So that ball will be way to the right of the upper white box. Now, when it gets to that line, it naturally will be at the lesser tangential velocity. You're gonna say, you can't destroy momentum. How could you do that? Because during its path, it made a curve to the right. And that curve to the right, with respect to the box on the left, allowed it to match perfectly because it's just going in a straight line. It's the globe that's rotating underneath it. Me, I'm desperate.
You're desperately avoiding the question still, Zanuck. If you're going south and west only, how do you gain eastward momentum to match?
The south
answer the question.
Is what you need to deal with. The west is just another wrinkle you put in to make it sound whatever answer we give you sounds crazy.
Not making it sound anyway. It's a direct question.
It does, because you don't need to add that variable in there.
Oh, you don't need it? It's a direct question.
Because if you travel more south, I'll tell you why. If you travel more south, it's like you have some western velocity, and when you get to your airport, you just bleed off that airspeed and land.
What?
You will go. You will be going faster than the Earth. You will be going faster than the Earth, going west, and you will.
Westward
momentum. It's almost impossible. It is impossible to talk to you. I'm tried. I feel bad that I can't explain this well enough for you to understand.
No,
talk over one another a bit here.
You're out. It's not even an out. It just makes you sound dumb. And it makes you.
That's why. Okay, dumb. Really, this is colloquial definition, perspective. And I know you're going to talk over me the whole time, so I'm just going to talk quietly and calmly and see. Maybe you can stop and just listen and get something. That's why I brought. I can't help myself from stopping, but I'm just going to do it.
I'm done.
You're on the merry-go-round. You're in the center. You have 0 tangential velocity. Throw the ball to your buddy. It curves to the right. It goes to your other buddy to your right, his left. Okay. Now, when he catches it in impetuous mitt, it comes in at a slight angle, and that angle is all the difference in the world for what actually happened there. It didn't gain any tangential velocity. It didn't gain its magical tangential velocity, but it ended up having more tangential velocity because it hit his mitt, and he stopped it. Did it hit with any harder velocity than it would have if he would have thrown it straight to your buddy on a stationary merry-go-round? No. Well, how'd that happen? It doesn't make any sense, because the movement in the curve was virtual. It was not real. It was in the rotating reference frame that the point coordinate system that's rotating, that it took this deviant path from your buddy's direction to your buddy to your other buddy.
Analogy,
to
that
his
makes sense to me as
left,
well.
and to your right. Nothing was created or destroyed. No animals were killed in the filming of this demonstration. It just gained, when he ended up catching it, it now has and possesses, due to this curved path, the higher tangential velocity. That's all I can really do.
I like the merry-go-round.
Answer.
Yeah.
That was the answer.
A good way to see it.
I wonder if someday you're going to play this back and say, God, I wish I would have got it. I felt so stupid
Put it on my
arguing with
channel.
you. Then you should go back and listen to this over and over again, because you just don't understand it.
Wow, this is hilarious. You have to go back to me not understanding when you won't answer the direct question of how you gain more eastward momentum when you only went south and west. Answer it now.
Because you turn to the right.
Wow.
An American one example.
He's just answered it about 4 or 5 times. Just us listening.
That's why.
So much.
That's why.
If you didn't turn to the right
and asking me a certain question.
I put a diagram for him in the chat.
And I rotated it for him because it might confuse him if it's
I appreciate it.
If it's not orientated in the right, north, south, east, west orientation for him.
Yeah, I appreciate that. I saw that.
Appreciate that. Yep. I appreciate that. Yeah, let's get the diagram in there and make sure he makes it look like he doesn't understand, but we can't answer the direct question. Zanuck, how do you?
There's the answer to your direct question right there.
He's not very good with diagrams.
Yeah, it's all about
He's not very good with listening either, because that's the answer to his question.
What's the answer? Just say it.
Look at it.
I'm not looking at anything. You answer the question.
Well, I'm not explaining it to you.
Not.
You only went south and west, Bob. Answer the question.
I showed you the eastern vector right there.
Just tell me.
It wouldn't matter. It wouldn't matter if you told him. It wouldn't matter.
I showed you the eastern vector right there.
That doesn't tell me anything. I'm not looking at anything. You can't.
Well, that's on you.
That's fine. You have to just revert to like, oh, show me.
I thought I was being sarcastic in a sense of when I said I rotated it, just so it makes it easier for the directions.
I mean, the fact is that, he keeps saying, well, just tell me. It wouldn't matter whether he told him or not, because he just won't accept the answer. He just keep repeating the question. You haven't answered the question.
He has been told. He's been told numerous times. So there's a diagram explaining it as well. And he's just like, no, just tell me. I'm not listening. I'm not looking, but tell me anyway.
Yeah.
It even gets a little bit better later on. I just hope I catch that bit of it.
This is your favourite subject, isn't it, Coriolis, Terry? You kind of like this.
I don't mind it. It's interesting.
Yeah, that's what I mean.
Especially if when the flatties get confused between powered flight and projectile.
Oh yeah, that's
the bit that always gives me a laugh.
Yeah, ballistic.
Yeah, ballistics. Yeah,
ballistics.
Give me this diagram that makes what? Hey, what's the diagram? Let's look at it.
I took the time to draw it out for you so that you could understand it. It's on you whether or not you look at it.
Oh, I'll look at it right now. Okay. I wish everyone could see this on the live stream.
They can.
So let me just explain it to me in your words, right? In your words right now, as you're looking at your diagram.
They're written right on the diagram.
Explain how a plane that's flying south and west only.
Yeah, somebody opened it up with the wrong one.
I just showed you right there.
No, you just want to make it seem like this little scribble you put on a paper answers it, but you can't put it into words.
They'll open up the other one.
Zanuck, have a look at it and tell me whether or not you think that answers the question.
Judy Bassett's got it right.
I don't know why they opened that one for.
Well, no, it looks like right.
Yeah, that one. Open that one up.
Like Dave doesn't understand something, so we can get out of this situation.
Or Terry rotated it. Thanks, Terry.
I just thought I'd help him.
Yeah, I appreciate it.
Yeah, that's kind of it. I mean, it's going.
All right, you understand what I'm saying?
It's south. It goes.
I want somebody else to talk.
Goes to the east and goes south. It goes to the east, and when it ends up at the east, I mean at the destination, it has a higher tangential velocity.
I might get it from that diagram.
How did it gain more eastward momentum when it never went?
Simply
east?
by turning to the left to get back on course, you're adding that eastward component
Yeah,
to
but
it.
you already agreed left is not east. Left is not east when you're headed south-southwest, Bob.
Left is not east.
No, I didn't.
Yeah.
Oh, so you think that eastward, left?
It's
is
right on.
eastward?
It's right on the diagram there, Chief.
No, when you're headed south
and you go left.
Left is not east
Yeah.
anymore. East. You understood that before. Do you not get that now?
It's right on the diagram.
It's on a diagram.
And yes, by the way, this is rather difficult stuff to go through, and it's not
it's
not
pretty difficult.
unexpected that he doesn't get it.
I can't put it into words for the room right now.
This is difficult.
No.
It's for him. Yeah.
It's for him, yeah.
When do we get to that part?
Yep. This is the silence that I'm enjoying. Because
No,
you guys
we're
did.
racking our heads because you obviously don't understand
Racking
it.
your head.
Ways-
Panic, we're not racking our heads. You may be
I am.
racking your head. I'm done with
I
them.
don't know how else I can explain it.
Don't give yourself a headache, Tony.
Yeah, don't bother with it anymore, Zanuck. He's been given the information. It's not a it's not a knowledge deficit issue that he has. He's just got it's a
See how it's all
technique
about
problem
me now?
that he's got. He just doesn't
No,
connect the
it's not
dots.
the answer to the question. How do you gain more eastward momentum when you only went south and west? Put it into
I just
words.
showed you.
Diagram. Put it into words right now for the room, or you can't.
I just did.
No,
By
you can't
making
say-
that turn to the left, you have an eastward component to it.
You
You're
don't. Not
you're
when going south,
you're,
south,
you're
west.
trading
Left is
some
no longer
speed
eastward.
in the direction that you're going to go east.
Bob, left is no longer eastward when you're going south southwest.
Your course is
Oh.
going to be east of your flight path, so you have to turn back
No,
to the
your
left
course is south, southwest.
to do it.
No, your course is south
Oh,
southwest.
bloody hell.
Left is
Yes,
no longer
and your
sanity.
actual the Coriolis effect will take you to the right. You have to turn back to the left, and that
No,
left
when you're
turn
going
has got a
south,
component to the
left and
east.
right. No, you already admitted that south southwest, left and right are no longer east and west. You already admitted that. It's obvious to anyone.
You can't.
South southwest.
There's
can't
still an
switch.
eastward component to it.
You can't switch
How's the
between
eastward
them.
component
It's just
involved when you're going south and west only?
Because
Right.
you are moving to the left. Left
Yeah,
is the
left is no
direction
longer
of east,
south,
and you're
southwest.
also moving to the south.
Yeah, but left is no longer left is kind of like an angle to south southwest, maybe south southeast, but it's not an eastward direction.
Well,
You
go
have
on
to
to
gain
Discord,
500 miles per
Shaky,
hour
and you-
eastward momentum, but
I
your
can get it
plane
from
only
there.
went in south southwest direction. That's your problem.
So it's plane going south?
Southeast is a bit of
West-
south and it's a bit of east.
west,
I mean, what's
then
the
a
difference
Is
to
it
understand
going?
about that?
Is it going south of west?
Let's say Chicago to San Diego. Let's use that.
Is it going south of west?
Chicago to San Diego.
Okay, that's south of west, though. That's south of due
Yeah.
west, though, right?
Yep. Yep.
If
but
you
never
turn left on that course, you will have an eastern component to your resulting course.
Oh, really?
Yes, compared to what you were doing, if you're turning
I
left,
don't know why.
Yeah.
you're going to have
I might
an
been
eastern
trying to-
and a
I might- I
southern
might have been
component
trying
to
to start in
your course.
when I
That's
could.
vector.
No, you're
Yeah.
angled mostly west, but a little bit south.
Timing's terrible.
Left doesn't
delay
mean
when I try to
east.
talk on Discord. So
You're headed-
If you're going left,
South.
you are having an east component to your turn.
Left is not east when you're headed mostly
Oh, for
west.
fuck's sake! I'm going to draw you another diagram to help you out.
I would love to see
if I was traveling south and I turned left, I'd be going definitely east.
have an
So
eastward.
that's south. If I turned right, I'd be going west.
Draw me a diagram that shows that the
If I
left
turned around, I'd be going back north
south-
again.
southwest plane is actually an eastward momentum. You would have to gain 500 miles per hour east, but you're only went
So I
west
just
and
put it
south.
anywhere, sheepy.
And you act
in,
like I don't
fair
understand.
suckle, dude. think you're being a bit pedantic in the actual directions that we're trying to explain to you.
Me being pedantic. Okay, that was a good one.
Yeah, true. Well, he is.
Yeah.
Don't make it about me. Just answer the direct question.
Yeah,
I think we've been trying to.
Does anybody else want to talk? Because these guys are just ridiculous. They have no.
Shame they
You
have
answered,
no
you answered,
concept.
Alan?
Shame they have no concept of vector addition, isn't it?
Well, I know what a vector is, that's for sure.
Yeah.
What's a vector, Victor?
Did you guys try singing to him?
No.
Could try that, maybe. Coriolis, 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 Coriolis.
How would you put tangential velocity in that song then? Go ahead.
Oh, I don't know.
With extreme trouble.
Yeah. You can't really sing that, can you? Tangential velocity, I don't know.
No, don't. It
work.
Don't work.
Have a duck over to Discord and see what Sheepy just posted some heap of stuff. I've got no idea what it is.
Oh my lord!
Yeah, I got no.
What is
somebody else can have a quick peruse through that while we're playing this.
I've seen some
No
of this
answer.
stuff before.
And they know it. And everyone else here knows it.
I think everybody else here knows what directions are.
Yeah. So then, okay, does left mean east when you're going west and south?
More, it's more east. Yeah.
You turn
You're
left
adding more
or
east.
right, depending on what direction you're going. On the north, south, east, west. Well, it'd have to be that vector you're going is the east or west. If you turn around, you're going back the way you came, so you're going back north again.
Okay, so if you're going south, right, mostly west, like Chicago to San Diego, right? Just imagine that path, Chicago to San Diego. Is left going to be
I'm not from Northern Hemisphere, so that one makes it a bit harder for me.
eastward momentum?
Yeah, I know, that's what I said.
And the angle that's going mostly west and a little bit south, you think that left is going to add to your eastward momentum? You really think that? Do you understand directions? This is a gotcha, guys. This is all we need. Forget about refraction. Forget about curvature. Forget about any of this. This debunks the globe.
Yeah.
It's the reason that Howard's trained to fly over a stationary Earth, and that Dr. Bob said, "Oh, it's irrelevant." But then he talks about all these corrections, and then left and right being the same no matter which direction.
Sorry.
This is very,
Bob,
very
I
obvious.
stop myself from coming up with another idea. I have another
Xanax,
idea.
it's not having an answer.
I'll do another.
And here he is again.
I think this still
An
carries
answer.
on.
West. It's
Well,
south.
it's going to be mostly south. Yeah, it's south
Southeast.
mostly. But no, but
45 degrees.
Go.
I even
Like,
tried
think about
to
it. If you just
get
look at the
some
plane
other
going from
stuff.
Chicago to San
I
Diego.
don't think about it. I've already thought about it. I'm explaining it.
It's so funny. It's like I'm talking to like somebody up on the nervous breakdown, like edge of a nervous
I'm
breakdown.
not the one down constantly talking.
Yeah, every time I hear that nervous laugh,
You go if you're going mostly if you picture the plane going from Chicago to San Diego, we see that angle, right? The left wing of your plane is pretty much just directly towards the equator. It's not headed directly east.
That would not be towards the equator. That would actually be towards the northwest.
Right. The problem is, Bob, that the east is mostly backward from where you're
So
headed.
what?
So you need to go backwards and forwards. At the
No,
same
there's
time.
no requirement to go due east. I can go southeast and still get an eastern component to my flight.
No, but you're talking about a direct east movement of the Earth, directly.
I don't need to go direct east. All I need to do is go east enough to compensate for the rotational change.
I don't think that's true because you would have to have
Do the math and show me. Do the math and show me.
You'd have to have more. Just conceptually, Bob, you're obviously.
I don't
on the
care.
wrong-
No, you do the math and show me I'm wrong.
When you look at the plane that's headed for the San Diego from Chicago, it's facing mostly west. So the left plane of the left wing of the plane is headed. It's facing the equator more so than eastward, right?
But it is facing eastward
because it's at an angle to the equator a little bit, and you want.
But it is facing eastward, and that's what you're not grasping.
See, these are all things that you're including. Like, oh, I would have to go a bank east to make sure I'm in
No, I
line
even
with
threw
the
in the
equator. That's
equation
faster,
for the
or this
Coriolis
new
effect
tangential
for
velocity.
the
These are all
equation
things
that you need.
that left lane was never trained to do. Right?
I didn't think that
because
helped
the
him.
Earth is stationary.
You know, he's asking Bob
I know
to
you
answer a question.
Thanks
right?
for playing.
And he just will not listen
thanks
to the
for
answer.
showing yourself to be a
He won't
fool.
listen to it. And then he claims Bob's
Southeast.
not answering the question. How ridiculous
What's
can
that
he
second
be?
word? East.
Just because the angle is a little bit east of the equator doesn't make it a direct eastward momentum gain.
Still east, though.
They're still east. This is so sad. Clinging on to that fact that the angle might be a little bit east, then you would gain all that new 200 miles per hour eastward momentum. Now,
Show me the math. Show me the math. Show me with math that I'm wrong.
On the level here, the truth
there's
is,
the equation.
if this were actually
right in the
possible,
side chat for him.
first of all, you're in a separate reference frame. So once you start talking about catching up or slowing down or speeding up to meet this new tangential velocity, you're already fucked. Because you never have to do that when you.
No, I don't think he knows what reference frames are.
Stationary, just like the flight simulators.
I think we had that conversation.
Right? But if
before
it was actually moving, what you would see is a totally different direction to the flight. Right? You would actually go downwards. You would actually go more south than west if you were headed from Chicago to San Diego, because San Diego would be spinning towards you. Right? So you would go to meet the city at where it's gonna be 2 hours or 3 hours from the time you leave. Right? In fact, I made a diagram. If you guys want to see, I put it in there. It shows you the idea of the difference. If you were actually on a spinning ball, the flight path would be completely different. You would take advantage of the spinning Earth, and you would let the city come to you, right? And then you would meet it at where the city's going to be, because you're in a separate reference frame than the Earth. That's the way it works. That's technically the way it would work.
You're not in a separate reference frame. You're in a rotating reference frame, just like the Earth is.
We see the flight path go directly from Chicago to San Diego because it flies directly from Chicago to San Diego. It
goes on a great circle between Chicago and San Diego.
It doesn't curve down to try to meet the city where it's going to be, because the city would have moved separately from the plane. That's the problem. And it doesn't do that. The Earth is stationary.
Not this again. Good Lord.
Yeah.
What a bunch of idiots.
Yeah. And unfortunately, of course, the aircraft is in the air, which is also rotating with the Earth.
That's the entire problem. He's forgetting the fact that the atmosphere is rotating with the Earth.
I just don't know how anybody could.
Here's a little diagram I made up. But
oh, go ahead.
No, you're right, Matt.
No, I don't understand. Well, I do understand how somebody could be so disingenuous. It's like he keeps asking the same question. They give him an answer, and while they're giving the answer, he's talking over it. He doesn't want to hear it. You know, I mean, it's so obvious. It's blatant. Everybody can see it. It's quite clear. He doesn't want the answer. He just wants that narrative. That's all he wants. He's going to shout over the answer, shout over the answer, shout over the answer, shout over the answer.
Yeah, that's what I've learnt, Clive. I thought everything's in all the reference frames all the time.
Yeah. I'm right in saying as well, there's only one reference frame, right?
Yeah.
No, millions of reference frames, but you're in all of them simultaneously.
Yeah, at the same time. Yeah. Well, yeah, I suppose. Yeah. Okay. Fair enough.
Yeah, it's not the answer he wants. That's what Fondel's saying.
So you see in the diagram here, if the blue dot at your 200 mile per hour,
this is where he tries to bring in his own diagram.
It's going to head south,
in the
right?
side chat.
Let's say it takes 4 hours to get to where the red dot is, right? And that's if it's stationary. So this green line represents a stationary 2 hour path, as you can see in the top right corner with a little key I made, right? That's your 2 hour path if the Earth were stationary with the green line. Now, 2 hours.
Is that a stationary Earth that's flat?
Let's just use this as an example, right?
No, let's use the actual model. Let's use an actual model that we can do a flight path on.
Look, Bob, I made this diagram, and I'm trying to use my diagram to explain what I'm talking
Can you make a flight plan on that?
Don't require me to this is just an explanation.
Stop interrupting, please.
You obviously don't understand, and I need to explain it to you like you're a third grader.
Didn't make any sense at all, this little diagram.
And if you're going to demand that I have a different diagram when I put work into this, and I'm trying to explain it with this diagram, and you think Koshos is worth talking about, where it looks like a little Atari fucking graph, and that's not accurate at all for the model, and you want to say that mine's not good enough to look at for 5 seconds, you have to start demanding I have a ball Earth for you to look at. Let me just use this as a way of explaining it to you, because you're acting like a third grader and you need to be talked to like one. Okay. So this little green line is supposed to represent the stationary path. If it went straight down to that red spot, then it would only take 2 hours, according to the figures that I've made there, where the latitude and the differences between the 100-mile tangential, the 200-mile tangential, the 1,000-mile when you get out to the equator. But the problem is that 2 hours from the time it takes off, if it was spinning, the red dot on the right represents where that part of the Earth would be in 2 hours.
I should have grabbed that diagram.
So you still have to think about like the duration time of actually getting to where that would be, which causes your curved path, kind of mimicking the idea that we would have to curve left or right when we're going south, right? But then that line's a lot longer for the rotating path than it would be for the stationary. And that's where the issue is. We're going to have problems, though, when we're going south-southwest, because it needs to gain more eastward momentum to catch up to this new higher tangential velocity. Now, that's why you would curve down anyway, because if the Earth is moving faster than your plane is initially moving, then you would wait for the city to turn towards you, right? You would use that to your advantage for fuel costs and all kinds of things, and you would curve down. I've even heard Zanuck try to explain it as if this is what we do. But it's not, because we fly straight across America from Chicago to San Diego. We don't worry about curving to try to catch this Earth that's moving faster than we initially started out. Even if we could somehow curve down and meet the city where it's going to be, from where you started, well, it would make your flight times a lot faster to begin with. You would only have a 2-hour flight rather than a 4-hour flight, because the city's moving towards you, which you already acknowledged, because you said, yeah, well, you would have to, bank south-southeast to somehow correct your problem, which is actually not solving your problem, because you would need more direct eastward momentum to meet the higher tangential velocity. But you only went west and south, so you never gained more eastward momentum, even though the angle towards the equator might be considered south-southeast. It doesn't give you that angular momentum that you would need. That new tangential velocity would not be met. And even if you were trying to gauge it that way and get to the equator or wherever you're flying from, south to west or north to south, when you're going towards the equator, you need more direct eastward momentum. And if you're going south-southwest, you have no answer to it. You've all really very well demonstrated that by acting like it was my problem, acting like I don't understand when you had no direct answer. So that's all I'm going to say for the night. I think everyone else should just give me an applause on Flat Earth side right now.
Yeah, I think that'll do. I don't think it really gets much more into it anymore after that.
Well, that was moronic.
I can understand why Zanuck and Bob getting kind of frustrated, but I think Bob did the right thing. I'm done with him. He doesn't want to know anything.
Yes, wasted Bob's time, to be honest.
Yeah,
he weren't listening because he wasn't getting the answer he wanted. If he's not getting the answer he's wanted, he's not interested. He's not listening.
No.
There you go. I turned it all off.
But I mean,
we're still here.
Anything.
But the important thing is that other people heard it. That's the more important thing. It doesn't really matter whether he agreed, disagreed, didn't listen, or did listen.
Yeah, I suppose.
I remember going round and round and round with Travis and Blue and Bob on a stream 4 years ago, covering this exact ground. And then somebody walked in and asked me a certain question. And I'm afraid the answer is still yes.
What was the question?
Are you talking to...
Yes.
Oh, that's right. That's what confused me with this. When he said to the equator, where he's got the 1,000 mile an hour, where's the rest of the Earth? Where's the other half?
What?
Well, he's only got 1,000 miles an hour at the equator. That's as far as he's drawn it.
Oh, on his sketch.
Oh, I wasn't looking at the thing. Sorry.
Oh, yeah, sorry.
All right.
Yeah, there's
Right,
a reason
okay,
why
gotcha.
we don't measure rotation in miles an hour.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. And that's what he's got here.
Everywhere on the surface of the Earth is rotating at the same rate.
Yeah.
Bob.
Which one's better?
Well, that really fast 1 revolution per day.
I'm just having to hang on here because I'm just I'm gone. Yeah, half the speed of an
How do
hour.
you think I feel? I'm upside down. I'm hanging on all the time.
You just no wonder you have troubles with your PC.
I like the challenge of sort of saying, okay, pick up a small ball, tennis ball, hold it in the air, now rotate it once a day.
There you go.
Yeah. Good luck.
Is it
See you
moving?
tomorrow.
I can't even see it moving.
Exactly. You can't.
Yeah,
Nobody
it's
could.
moving. Yeah. I know,
Nobody
must think
could.
that's how fast the Earth's spinning, going round. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well,
Well, I
they
mean,
say
flung
it's
off.
about
Well, do you remember
1,000
that?
miles an hour, they don't.
Did Wes Wally do a video of some real dumb Australian, didn't he? He's like, he literally had one of those globes and he was spinning it like really fast like this, wasn't it? It's spinning at 1,000 miles an hour. It's like,
Wow.
oh god, no, he hasn't got a clue. You know, no, it's like, right, stop doing that. Now turn it so it just rotates once in 24 hours, please. Now go ahead, see if you can do that. Does it seem fast to you? Does that seem like 1,000 miles an hour?
Okay.
This is why we don't
myself
use
back in my
American-
chair. Right now, I think they think we're going this fast,
And then some.
and then we're actually going this fast.
Yeah. Yeah. It's just so simple, basic sort of stuff. It's just
I'll come back tomorrow and you might have rotated.
yeah.
Yeah.
Well, it depends what time tomorrow, really. 12 hours from now, halfway, I suppose. Yeah. 180 degrees.
If you come back here 12 hours from now, I won't be sat here.
No. You'll have a sore back, but you were.
No,
So what
I'll
would,
be.
so
I'll
what
be in
would
bed,
she
I'll
be
be
posting over there? We'll get grab.
I had a look through it all.
What a load of old bollocks! I had a look at some of that. That's just,
Yeah, so did I.
What was
Yeah.
that, Terry? I missed what you said. What's a load of?
I'm just saying. I'm just sharing out there to the peanuts. Whatever. I can't even read that.
In fair suck. No, I zoomed in and went through it all, and I'm sure farmers had a look at it.
Yeah.
It's a lot of. I think I put a post at the
another
bottom
one.
there. It's
Wow, another one.
It was all a lot of
I think
misrepresentation.
we're going to have to do a bit of homework on this. It's just
Yeah.
too much to go through.
I might put
Yeah.
together a video on it because it'd take us 3 hours just to cover a lot of the crap that's in there.
Yeah.
Oh, God, I mean, yeah, all that lot is like one show, isn't it? That's like a whole
I mean, you
show.
can get a timestamp on that Earth Awakens where I played that.
Yeah.
That was about 4 minutes, 4 hours and a bit, I think it was. I should have paused it.
What stuck out for me with this stuff that that Sheeples has posted for us, this all seems to have come from a guy called Michael Brenner.
Yeah.
Now he says that he studied mechanical engineering and comparative linguistics at Vienna University of Technology. Just as he studied.
Studied.
Doesn't mean to say he actually passed any courses. He could have been there for a week. We don't know. And what's comparative linguistics got to do with the price of bread?
And it,
And if you want the timestamp of where he talks about that drawing that New Perspective did, it's at 3:37, roughly.
Okay. Okay.
On this live stream, I'll post it in.
Posted in the
peanuts for you.
in the peanuts,
so-
yeah.
yeah.
Yeah, farmers.
I'll put it in. I'll put it in stream homework. There you go. Whatever.
Okay. So it's like farmers that
That's
like on the
that's the episode.
like on the first page where it's got that thing about, the velocities don't work, and you've got that little diagram of the sun and the Earth spinning around. It's like, yeah, he completely forgot that gravity was holding it the other way. He's just looked at it one way, and there's all sorts of crap in there.
Yeah.
The poles, apparently the you look at the Pangea, you're saying, because at one stage Pangea was together and all the Earth masses meant that the poles shouldn't be, forgetting that the Earth landmass on the top of the surface is a fraction of the mass of the Earth. Doesn't have any great bearing on the on how the Earth spins.
He seems to imply that where the masses of the Earth are concentrated, our axis of rotation shouldn't be where it is. And,
that's because
the rotational pole axis, it should go through the Pacific, with the masses of the continents forming the equator, which we can all agree that it doesn't. Yeah, because it. What do you mean it should go through the Pacific? Why? It's not what it does. It's
because they've got that that juvenile idea that the land masses are heavy on the surface of the Earth. It's like they're nothing. They're like they take up a maybe a kilometre or two, or worst, you might take up 5 kilometres. What is it? 20 kilometres from the top of Mount Everest to the bottom of the trench, and the Earth is 6,000 kilometres. It's like it's nothing. The land masses where the continents are doesn't make any difference to the spin of the Earth, or very little.
And as far as I remember, on average, continental crust is actually less dense than oceanic crust.
Yeah,
it is.
So that's
why it's floating on top of it.
So that one's there, and there's a few others. I don't want to really go through them all, but there are just some ridiculous ones in there. You've got things about cranes. Why are cranes standing there? Why don't the crane balls move? It's sort of like that sort of. Well, if you first of all, no one's going to leave their crane sitting there hanging long enough for it to make any difference unless they want to get sacked. Second of all, even if they did, it's going to take a while before you actually see the movement of them, and just a whole lot of scale issues.
The wind, the wind blowing on it's going to have a much
bigger
greater
effect.
force than any Coriolis effect.
Yeah.
Yes.
So there's a whole lot of stuff in there, and he doesn't go into anything like why do ships disappear, I don't think, and he doesn't go into the Southern Celestial Pole. There's a whole lot of actual real kickers that he hasn't even touched, of course.
All the stuff he's quoting is hundreds of years old.
Yeah.
He's quoting Copernicus and Newton and everything else. It's like, really? You're not even going to use anything from the 20th century? No. It's bizarre.
Yeah.
Very bizarre.
Anyway.
Just
so you know, we've gone through it. I'll maybe do a proper video on it, because it will take us 2 or 3 hours to sort of go through the whole lot. You got anything else, Terry?
No, I was just wondering if we can rustle up a quiz of some sort.
Yeah, no, I've got a quiz. Let me flick over to my...
Did Paul say he wasn't coming tonight?
No, Paul wasn't coming tonight.
Yeah, I think he might.
He
He
did.
might
He
mention
said on
that last
Wednesday.
Saturday.
Yeah,
Oh,
he
did
said
say
on
Wednesday.
No, he said on Wednesday that he wouldn't be here Saturday. He's going for a meal with friends or something.
Oh,
yes.
I think he said. That's why he wouldn't be here today.
How
I think
very
he said
dare
he was going to the Big Smoke.
Something like that. Yeah. Uh-huh.
Yeah.
Yep.
What, he's having
Yeah.
a cigar? That's a big smoke, isn't it?
You know what big smoke is. You know what it is.
Well, don't you have that saying over there when you say you're going to the city or the whatever you're going?
Well, we know what it means, but we don't usually use it.
No.
Oh, you don't use that one.
No, not really. Not really.
Well, we'll have to use more Aussie slang out on the streams than just educate you.
Over here, the big smoke is London.
Yeah.
Anywhere that's a
Which
city
I've
is
spent
the
far
big
too
smoke.
much time recently.
Technically,
Which
Sydney's
I haven't been back to in years and years and years.
I was there Wednesday. I was right in the middle of town, right round Monument and London Bridge.
I
had a
went
good look
up
at Belfast
Monument.
as we walked past.
I went up Monument once. I didn't enjoy it very much. I don't like heights.
Ah. Oh, we tried to get up high. We tried to get up a building down Victoria Street, but
Hang on a minute.
Whoever had organised it hadn't.
Hang on, let me rewind a little bit. Somebody who served in the RAF is afraid of heights. Go figure.
Yep.
I know you're a technician. I'm only joking. I'm joking.
Yeah, and
I'm taking the piss.
I didn't have to climb aerials either. That wasn't my job.
Yeah, no, fair enough. And you didn't have to fly aircraft. Yeah, fair enough. Well, I suppose you did a bit, didn't you? You have to do a little bit of flying.
No,
No, not at all.
On duty in the Royal Air Force in 9 years, I spent about 3 minutes flying in a Royal Air Force aircraft.
Oh, there you go.
A Puma helicopter from RAF Coltshaw to RAF Nearshead in January 1986.
Oh, you know the exact date. Okay.
Well, yeah, because it's when we had rather a lot of snow on the ground, and the radar station got cut off.
Oh, so yeah, that's true.
Because there was like 10-foot deep snow drifts in the lane outside.
Mm.
Basically, it all blew off the field, and filled the lane, which was kind of between two banks and hedges, full of snow.
Right, let's have this twisted torture test.
Do
of
it,
terror
just want to make me bigger on yours, Tery, so it comes across rather cheery. Tery.
It should just come out automatically bigger. Clive's doing a scientist for us as well. Today's scientist is an original New Zealander thinker whose theories are yet to receive the popular acclaim they deserve.
Oh, that's a toughie.
See, I think. Hang on.
Would the initials be LH by any chance?
Yes,
you didn't
they
even
are.
have to
Yes,
look
they
to
are.
know. Yeah.
Yeah, Tery, you've just got to click and pin my stream, make it bigger. It's not going to come bigger. I'm not sharing it. I'm just using
No, I can't do it. No, what? Who?
No, but you
What,
need
you
to
don't know how to make yourself bigger?
No, he knows, and we know what you need to do for the stream outside is you need to pin Timbos. Is what you need to do. That's what he's trying to say. You pin
So
Timbos
you
on
want
the stream.
me? So you want me to help you?
No, well, if you want your stream to have a tiny screen that no one can read, that's fine. Leave it as it is.
Yeah.
Well, I don't know if it'll work if I do that.
Yeah,
of course it will. Why wouldn't it?
Just click on
That'll
that.
work.
Pin it.
Pin it.
Yeah, of course it will. Pin it. Pin Timbo.
Yeah, I
There you
pinned
go.
him.
No, you haven't.
Okay.
Yes, I did. On my end, I did.
No, on your
It's going
YouTube
out
stream.
to the Peanuts pinned.
Oh, yeah, there
Gotta
we
give
go.
it a minute.
There we go.
There it
There we
goes.
go.
Yeah, it's on the live. It's on the
Oh,
live
yeah, cool.
stream.
Of course, yeah, about half a minute behind. I always forget that. Yeah.
But you're not seeing it bigger on your end.
No, we are now. We are now.
Oh, we are now.
You got to pin it. You got to pin it yourself.
Yeah, we got to pin it
yeah.
ourselves, but yeah, for the stream. Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
All right.
Do I have to do everything for you, Matt?
Yes.
For me, it's for your peanuts. It's nothing to do with me. Don't do it then. I don't care.
Well, that's just not the
I
attitude.
can read
is
it.
Yeah.
Hey,
I'm all right, Jack Bugger.
All right, I do care, but that's the.
Fish on, fish on.
But apparently, it's my fault again.
Yes.
no, it's not Matt's fault. Yeah.
Isn't it?
Always my
Oh,
fault.
I
Of course
thought
it is.
that's
No,
fine.
It's my
it's
fault.
not your. It is not your fault, man.
It is my fault. It is.
No,
It's
it
always
isn't.
my fault.
It
It has
is
to be.
not. No,
Okay, it's not.
you're not a seasoned YouTube professional like some of us.
Okay. Oh, dear. Okay. Well, let's get into it. What else? Okay.
You need to do more more hangouts on your live streams, Matt.
Yeah, I know. I'm planning to do that in the not too distant future. Yeah.
Okay.
I need to figure out how to do it on vMix. But
Well, I don't. I just use OBS and whatever.
No, I'm not using OBS anymore. I don't do that crap.
Okay, is
Well,
that
I don't
damn
have any troubles with it.
that damn turtle just going to hang around down there in the corner?
Yep.
Yeah.
Jesus. That thing
Is it annoying you?
distracts me.
I can't click it and drag it. Every time I put my mouse over it, it doesn't do anything.
There you go. He's gone now. Don't worry. Oh, sorry. He's
No,
not
he's
gone
still
yet.
there.
He'll be gone in a sec. Hang on a sec. Move this over there. And then I'll push this button. And there we go.
There he goes.
There you go.
There we go.
Bye,
Okay.
turtle.
Bye, turtle. Okay, he's gone. Well, let's go into here so I can see what's going on. Right, here we go. Now,
curvy figures. Oh, I like curvy figures.
Well, because Paul always did curvy figures, so I typed in curvy figures, and this is what came up on my feed. I don't know why Paul's come up.
Oh, okay. So you Googled curvy figures, and that's what came up.
Yeah, this is what came up in my feed, but Paul seems to get different ones.
Yeah. Okay. Well, Paul, I don't know what Paul uses research.
Well, we all know what Paul can produce.
Well, I just Googled curvy figures, and I ain't got that, I tell you. All I do have is a collection of various ladies who are dressed. I have to say, unfortunately, most of them do appear to have fat asses.
Okay.
But there you go. Oh, no.
Here we go.
Did we get the answer to the New Zealander?
Yes.
Oh yeah, what's the answer to that?
What do you mean, what's the answer?
I don't know myself.
I don't know the answer to it.
I don't know either.
You really
you
can't
having
think.
a laugh?
You can't work it out.
An original New Zealand thinker whose theories are yet to receive the popular acclaim they deserve.
No, that he wants to. Yeah.
I'll get my coat because I don't know.
Bye. Does that give you a clue?
What? I didn't even hear what you said.
Lindsay?
He's quite often cut off in his prog.
God. Oh
Oh,
God.
Lindsay Harris.
Oh, I didn't get the sarcasm.
Yeah.
I thought you were being serious. I mean, oh God, blimey.
I thought Clive was being serious.
Well, the thing is, you said today's scientist.
Yeah, that's what threw me off.
Scientist and Lindsay just don't go together.
Don't go together.
That's what threw me on. What I didn't understand.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. Cool. Question 2.
Hey, Nerdalert said fat bottom girls make the rock and world go round, Farmer's Boy.
Yeah.
Well,
said,
but there's fat, and there's yeah,
ginormous,
large.
Rather large. Okay, let's not talk about arses now. Let's get on with it.
Okay. What, are we doing some sort of quiz anyway?
You were doing a quiz.
Is there a quiz going on somewhere?
I thought there was.
We're starting with question 2.
Oh, I did question 1.
was too hard. We're just going to start with 2.
Question 2.
Why didn't you answer question 1, Alan?
It was about the curvy figures, Alan.
What was question 1?
Yeah, it was curvy figures.
Oh,
no,
okay. Is that it? Is that all that was? Okay.
No, it's just because I'm very lazy on my PowerPoint, and I just have it automatically put, whatever page I'm on is that question. So page 2 is question 2.
Fair enough.
So it saves me going back.
Then it's going to be question 3.
That way, when I move pages.
Where in the world?
Yeah, where in the world? You ready? Okay, where in the world is this?
Is this?
No, we're not ready.
Been there.
Been there.
Gibraltar.
Jib.
Yeah,
that's the jib.
The Rock.
The Rock of Gibraltar. Very good.
We are looking at Europa Point.
Yeah.
I tested this quiz
You're
on
not
my
British.
wife.
You should recognise that.
Yeah, I tested this on my wife, and she couldn't get it.
Yeah.
That's
Wally says, I know the answer. Yes, we are doing a quiz.
Well done, Wally. Hey.
Okay, yes. Rock of Gibraltar. Okay, let's go into some trivia.
Yeah, Wally got it.
Which Dutch artist painted Girl with a Pearl Earring? You should know that painting. I'm sure you'd know if you saw it.
No, I've heard of it. I don't know.
I know the painting, but I can't think of the painting.
There's even a movie called it, and there's several other. No, not Van Gogh.
No, that's girl with a dragon tattoo.
That's a different movie. Very, very different.
That's a
movie.
different movie. Yeah.
Very different movie.
And I'm talking the original one, not the American remake. Don't know why they remade that.
Dora's going for the earless guy.
Yeah,
some Dutch dude.
Yeah, it was actually. I'm just getting a few more seconds out to see if anyone gets it right out in the room.
Wasn't Van Gogh the one that chopped his ear off or something?
It was, and Van Gogh.
Well, Spooky Bedhair says Rembrandt.
Yeah, it wasn't him either. It was a bit after Rembrandt.
No, it wasn't him.
Yeah.
Was Rembrandt even Dutch?
No, he wasn't. It's okay. It was Vermeer. Okay.
Who?
Vermeer. He's very famous
Who?
because you know what he's very famous for?
Painting a girl with a pearl earring.
Correct.
No, his follow-up work. No, the sequel to that, Girl with a Pearl Necklace.
Yeah, that's right.
Okay.
Where
You might have detected me and art is just no. It doesn't go. I know absolutely nothing about.
I do
art
get that
whatsoever.
one. Okay, I'm sure we might get a few answers for this one. Yes, for me, is correct, Larry. Okay, where were the Declaration of Independence, the Constitution, and the Bill of Rights stored during World War II?
Wasn't that in Fort Knox?
Oh, we got a Fort Knox.
I think.
Anyone advancing
Could
for
be.
it?
I think it was Fort Knox.
I think Dora is
Or was
correct.
it under that mountain where NORAD is?
It could be that. Well,
No, I reckon-
hang on. No, NORAD wasn't built in World War II.
No, where it is now, that mountain. I can't remember the name of the bloody mountain.
Cheyenne Mountain?
That's thank
Cheyenne
you,
Mountain.
because it's a big bloody great rock of granite.
No,
Which is
I
why
don't-
it's considered
Dora
one of the safest places
got the right answer.
in the US. No, Spooky Bella's got it in a biscuit tin.
Yeah,
Put it in a
Clive,
tin,
Clive,
under
Clive
the
Wells.
bed.
There you go. Clive Wells agrees with me, so I must be right. Fort Knox.
Okay.
Dean said it was in a safe place.
Yeah, well, yeah, that's also correct.
Okay.
In the
yes.
universe. Nerd alert is also correct. Yeah, that's also correct.
Yeah.
It was correct. It was Fort Knox.
Yay!
Fort Knox. Let's move on.
Yeah, I heard about that.
Okay. Which country consumes the most chocolate per capita?
Swiss. Having a stab in the dark.
Swiss. I haven't. What's the country? Swiss.
The Brits.
The Brits
Sweden.
over there. Sweden. We got a Sweden.
No, Switzerland. Switzerland.
We
Sorry.
got Switzerland.
I meant to say what I meant to
We got a
say.
Belgium. We got a UK.
Switzerland. I want to go Switzerland. I want to go Switzerland. I think.
I'm going to go Switzerland. So we've got two Switzerlands.
Chocolates.
Yeah, Nerd alert thinks Switzerland too.
Let's see what Clive says. Come on, Clive. Put an answer in.
No pressure, Clive.
No pressure, Clive.
Yeah, Clive always gets it right, so if you go by Clive, if he says it,
Let's see
that's what it
Clive.
is.
Clive's not going to answer.
Yeah, he's googling it right now.
Ooh, Switzerland. Oh, very good, Nora.
It's Switzerland. Yeah, it's Switzerland.
Switzerland.
Which country has the most pimples per capita?
Yeah.
No, the
Yeah,
correct
I'm gonna
answer
go
is
Switzerland. Yes.
Switzerland.
The
Yes.
zip capital of the world.
Yay, there you go. I was right.
There you go. That's right. I noticed Clive didn't put an answer in there.
And where do you get the phrase? Where do you get the phrase "zip" from over in America? I wonder where that came from.
I don't know.
I don't know. No idea. It's probably got something to
No
do
idea.
with cream. Which two US states don't observe daylight saving time?
The most sensible ones.
I reckon that's going to be something like Alaska and Hawaii.
I think Alaska do, don't they?
No, they'd have to be definitely south. They'd have to be south.
I'll go with Northeast Indiana and Southwest Indiana.
What?
Yeah, the two corners of Indiana don't observe daylight saving.
Clive has gone for Alaska and Hawaii. Is anyone going to back up Clive?
Yes,
or are we going to go? Are you going to go? Who else had one? Arizona and Alaska from Dora.
Just the most sensible ones.
Most sensible ones.
Why would you?
One of them's got to
It
be
is.
Hawaii.
It was close. It was Arizona and
I
Hawaii.
got half right.
Dora got Arizona.
Yeah, that was a hard one. Hawaii, obviously,
And
because it's
Clive
in the middle
got
of the ocean. It, why
Hawaii,
would it
yeah.
need to deserve daylight saving time? Okay, next one. What is the loudest animal on Earth?
Well, it was Lemmy.
Lemmy.
I think. Well, animal. Okay. Our largest animal.
Animal, creature.
It's a be a flat earther. It'd definitely have to be a flat earther.
Not an insect.
There's definitely a flat earther out there.
I think it's a species of shrimp. I
Species
can't remember
of
its name.
Shrimp. Pistol crab. Oh no, we had a change from Nerd Alert. He's bailed on his first one, deleted it.
Nerd Alert's retracted.
I think it's a samyang, which is a type of lemur.
Well, I mean, I could say a whale, There's a particular type of whale. I forget which one it is, but I mean, can you strictly say
big-
that's an animal?
A big one?
I don't know.
Yeah.
A humpback. Dean says humpback.
Okay, well, I'm gonna say whale then, but I don't remember what type of whale it is, because
A
they
dolphin.
can communicate over vast different distances.
A dolphin.
Vast different distances.
So you're saying a dolphin?
No, I said a whale. I said a whale.
Dolphins.
At what point did I say dolphin?
Dolphins are whales, so
Oh,
I was just picking one for you.
I think Stingray's right. It's angry women. Yeah.
I'm gonna go. I'll tell you what. I'll go with a particular type of whale. I'm gonna say sperm whale. I think.
Okay.
I've read a lot about them.
It is a sperm
But
whale.
aren't dogs loud?
It is the sperm whale.
Sperm whale.
Get in.
It is. It is the sperm whale.
You should listen to me more.
Who said the sperm whale?
Me.
Larry DeMarch.
No,
I
Nerd
think-
Alert did. Nerd Alert said it before you.
No, he
Nerd Alert-
didn't.
Yes, he did.
Yes, he did.
Because originally he said
Yes, he did.
the pistol shrimp, and then he changed it to sperm whale.
Oh, there you retracted it. Yeah.
You see, you can't do that. You have to take the first answer.
Well, he deleted it, so...
Well, you retracted it before I could.
that was the shrimp I was thinking of, and apparently that comes in at number 2 at 200 dB.
Oh, does it? Okay.
Yes,
The
it's very loud.
the sperm whale can make a click that's 230 decibels.
Wow.
It only lasts between 15 and 30 milliseconds, but it can be heard by another sperm whale as much as 10 miles away.
Yeah, I know.
230 dB, and that's nearly as loud as a Motorhead concert.
Yeah, they do communicate over very big distances. Very big distances.
Okay, where in the world is this?
Ooh, can't even make that out. What is that?
God, that's in the sandpit somewhere, isn't it?
It's a city. Make it easier.
I can't even make out any detail.
I'm gonna have to take a stab at Afghanistan, but where in Afghanistan? I have no clue.
Cairo.
Well, there's any landmarks in
No,
that
it's not
image
Cairo.
you can recognise?
Can't make it out.
It's got lots of names on there.
Can't read them.
No, but I can. But that's all right.
No.
I'm sure you.
Well, yeah.
You
Thanks.
know where it is.
Yeah, exactly.
But I don't think it'll
Laura
help you.
says Cairo.
It's not Cairo.
It looks
Vegas.
like the sort
We'll
of
go to
place.
Vegas.
It's not on my list of places I want to go to, by the
Oh,
way.
it could be right. Armageddon Fire could be right. It could be Vegas. Could be Las Vegas.
It's not
Yeah.
Vegas.
Las Vegas.
Wrong continent.
That was built in a desert, wasn't it? So.
Oh,
you know.
gotcha. It's built in the middle of nowhere.
Yeah.
Okay, I'll give you a clue. It's in
Could be.
Africa.
Oh, it's in Africa. Okay, it's not Las Vegas.
Well,
then.
that's not near Vegas.
It's not
No,
the
no.
Mog, is it? It's not Mogadishu.
No. What?
As I just watched a bit of Black Hawk Down again the other night.
You say
I'll
it's
give
in
you-
Africa. You say. it's
And I'll give you my
definitely in
I'll give you my second clue. As you can see, it's in the middle of the desert.
Africa. Oh, thanks. Yeah, that narrows it down. We already
And
knew that.
and we're not
really,
talking
really helps.
a very flat desert that is nowhere near the Nile.
Timbuktu.
Yay! Yes, correct. Dora got him before you.
All right. Okay. There you go.
Dora got him before you, but yes, Timbuktu is correct.
Well, I can't see I can't see the side chat, so I wouldn't know.
Yeah. No. But I'm just
fair
saying, she only just snuck in before.
And I did
Yes.
have to say it twice before you listened to me.
Yeah.
I only heard it once, but that's because people talked over you.
But too what?
Timbuktu.
Oh,
I don't talk over
never
anybody.
mind. Sorry.
It's built on the
I never
remains
talk
of
over
Timbuk
anybody.
1. No, you don't. They just started work on Timbuk 3.
Yeah, Timbuktu. That's in Malay. Okay, what was the first toy to be advertised on television?
Rampant Rabbit. No.
Mr. Potato Head.
And I'll clarify this. This is children's toy to be advertised on television.
Yeah, Mr. Potato.
We've got a Mr. Potato Head.
No, I don't think that was. No, I'm gonna.
Dora's got the same idea as me.
Bet it was a train.
Probably.
I have no idea.
I will tell you, they're still sold today.
Barbie doll.
So you've gone
Action
off.
Man.
So you've
No,
changed.
Action Man's not been sold.
So you've changed your answer, Terry. You've gone for Barbie doll.
Not Mr.
Well,
Potato
I did
Head.
say Mr. Potato Head to start with. That's where Clive went first.
Nerd Alert says Mr. Nathan Oakley's purple thing.
It is Mr. Potato
No, it wasn't
Head.
a Slinky.
No, it
Slinky wasn't that old.
It was Mr.
No,
Potato
Slinky
Head.
was like late 70s, early 80s, wasn't it?
No.
70s.
Slinkies were in the 50s.
50s, really? Seriously?
Oh, wow.
Really?
Yeah,
I
seriously.
never knew that. There you go.
I had one.
Yeah.
Come on.
I believe you. I believe you.
Yes, the correct
I
answer
just
was
never knew
Mr.
that. 50s, man.
The correct answer was Mr. Potato
There you
Head.
go.
Terry got it right straight up.
Wow.
Yeah, I thought I was right.
Well done.
'Cause we-
That's why I said it. That's why I said it first.
Well done.
Because yeah, but then you doubted yourself. The clue is that it's the first advertised, because some toys were around before Mr. Potato Head, but they weren't advertised.
Yeah.
Okay.
But it was the first one that was on TV advertised.
Oh, hang on. You've got to define advertised, because advertised could be an advert in a newspaper, right?
Well, it does say to be
Does
advertised
it on television?
Oh, televised. I wasn't reading it. Sorry, I wasn't reading it. Wasn't
Maybe
reading
actually,
it properly.
yeah, okay.
I'm sorry. I didn't read the question properly.
Do pay attention, 007.
Yeah.
Okay, you should get this one. What's
I
the tiny?
apologise. My bad.
What's the tiny piece at the end of a shoelace called?
Oh, I used to know this.
Oh.
Something like a Google
Oh.
binder or something like that.
That got deleted to make space for something else. Bugger.
This is a standard trivia question.
I know.
Yeah, it
I
is.
know.
Oh.
It's the feral.
It's the feral. You think?
You're feral.
You're feral?
Have you gone feral? Oh dear.
You're Alan's feral.
He's gone feral.
He's gone feral. Has anyone going anything else?
All I can remember is it begins with A, but that's about all I can remember. That's it. I've no clue otherwise.
Yeah, where's Wally knows what it's called.
We've had aglet and aglet, and Irish Stew's gone for a knot.
I'm going with
the other end.
I think where's
I'm going
Wally's?
for Wally.
I'm going with
Where's
Wally as
Wally's
well.
nailed it.
Yeah, I
where's
think he
Wally's
has.
nailed it.
I think
that's
Larry.
what it is. All I can remember was A.
We all agree with Wally, Turtle.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think Larry had
Wally's
it first, but he
right.
just
Aglet.
but he just had it misspelt. But it is an
Oh,
aglet.
did he? He spelt it weirdly. Yeah.
Aglet is the correct.
Okay, sorry,
Aglet.
Wally.
Oh, it's close. No, I think that's good enough. That's good enough. That's good enough.
Yeah.
Close enough.
Yeah, sorry, Larry got it first then.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, why did I leave this one in? Dear. I meant to change
for
this one and
Christ's sake,
forgot. Okay.
It's called the best day to have bubble and squeak.
Yeah, exactly. The leftovers day.
Yeah.
Okay. Anyone out in the
Boxing Day, of course. Boxing Day.
Boxing Day. Yeah.
Let's get it over and
As
done
Dora
with.
calls it, kickboxing day.
Kickboxing Day.
Yeah.
I went through and changed a few questions. That's what I meant to change and forgot.
Does anyone know why it was called Boxing Day traditionally?
No, I can't remember.
No idea.
No one wants to answer? Do you want me to answer it for you?
Go on
Go on
then.
then. Go
I'll
on then,
tell you if
Terry.
you're right. I'll tell you if
It
you're
was
right.
traditionally oh, jeez. No, I'm right. Traditionally, from the day after was to put away all the decorations and everything back in their boxes.
No, was it?
Oh, Boxing Day. Okay.
I heard it was
No, was it?
when people got the workers would get their Christmas bonus as some extra money in a box.
Yeah. And in some places it was when you actually opened your Christmas present. But no, yeah. No,
The answer to the next question is the Scottish play.
the Scottish play, yes, is an answer.
Yeah,
cause-
no, you're not.
cause-
No,
cause you
don't say it.
Well, I'm not an actor. I'm not going on stage, so I can quite happily say Macbeth.
Macbeth. Yeah, I think it was Macbeth.
We've got a Macbeth. We've got a Macbeth.
Yeah, I'll go Macbeth.
Doris
Yeah.
says
We
it's
did
too-
that at school, and as a treat, we got taken to the cinema to watch the Roman Polanski version of Macbeth, and he filmed that not long after his wife got brutally murdered.
I did a whole term in Macbeth in drama, and then I did a whole another term in Macbeth in English literature. So I did pretty much like a whole year on Macbeth.
Yeah, except it's
Oh,
Hamlet.
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 Fuck you.
Oh,
I like to-
it's cigar time.
I like to let people dig their grave
Hamlet.
before I point out that they're wrong. Hamlet is the longest play.
Yeah, we did Macbeth, which was all blood and violence and gore, and then we did Romeo and Juliet, which was teenagers shagging.
Pretty
Yeah,
much.
pretty much. Underage teenagers, I might add
and
as well.
And if you put the two together, you get Game of Thrones.
I haven't watched that, so I don't know.
Particularly if you've read the novels first.
Except that Shakespeare's got a better ending.
We were wrong, Hamlet.
Yes, that's right. You were wrong. It's Hamlet.
Oh, John Lennon. Where was he killed?
Outside which New York building was John Lennon killed? What's the name of the building?
Oh, bloody hell.
No, it wasn't called it. That's, so may I argue?
Empire State.
Empire State Building, no.
No, I don't think it was.
Was it Nakahoma Plaza? No. Outside all of them. It's actually
it was a hotel.
Technically,
it was a hotel, wasn't it?
Technically, Nerd Alert is correct.
Yeah, I thought it was the hotel where he lived.
I can't think of the name of it. I could have sworn it was a hotel, but I could be wrong. Not really that interested in the Beatles.
I've just googled it, and I'm not going to give the answer because it's not fair.
Well, you can see Emmett to me internally.
So the only person who's got it correct, or something close to correct, is Nerd Alert, who said it was outside all of the buildings.
Yeah, well, that's true. It was.
Yes, it was the Dakota building. So.
There
you go. You may not have.
I wouldn't have guessed that.
You either knew that or you didn't.
That was his place of residence, was it? I know it was his place of residence. I know that.
Okay, let's do another where in the world. This should be an easy one. Where's that?
Yellowstone.
Yeah, I'm gonna go.
Where Yogi Bear lived.
Yeah, Yellowstone. I'm gonna go.
What are we looking at? What's it called?
A
geyser. It's a geyser.
Geyser.
It's a
Well,
geyser,
it's a famous one. It's got a name, hasn't it?
Yeah.
Old Faithful.
Old Faithful, that's
Old
it.
There you go.
It was Old something.
Blue got it. Old Faithful. That's correct. This is Old Faithful. Yellowstone National Park. Okay.
Because it goes so regularly.
Yeah, it comes up pretty much at the same time each day.
Yeah.
Macoon's
Give or take a few
vacation
minutes.
address. Titicaca. Okay, what is the world's biggest island? Not Australia, because distinguishing between island and continent.
Is it the very aptly named Greenland?
We've got a
I thought it was
Greenland.
Antarctica.
That's a continent.
That's a
Well,
continent.
Greenland that's not green.
Ah.
Yeah, well, they called it that to encourage people to go and settle there.
Yeah.
Oh, we've got Greenland, and the answer is Greenland. Okay. Which country is
it
known...
green?
No. Which country is known as the land of the white elephant? Or land of white elephant?
Poundland.
Which
I
land?
don't know. What?
What? Where?
Land of the white elephant. No clue.
Poundland.
Poundland.
We've got in India.
White land. We've got white land. We've got
I
India.
don't think I've ever heard that.
It's to the
anything. There's a reference to the land of the white elephant.
Tiny Captain. It's to the sorry, get my directions right. East of India.
Got Ethiopia in the chat, Dora.
Yeah, that's
Thailand by Tiny Captain.
Tiny Captain's got it
Burma,
right there.
or as it's now known, Myanmar.
Thailand.
Oh, Thailand. Oh, we go. That was Tiny Captain.
Yep.
Got it in the chat.
That's correct. I was going with what Tiny Captain said. Okay. No, I'll take your word for it. Okay.
Yeah, well, Scotland could be said east of India.
What is the smallest ocean in the world?
The Arctic Ocean.
Yeah, I was going to say the Arctic. Because I try and think if that's smaller than the Indian Ocean. It must be.
I'm just waiting for some answers out the peanuts. We'll see.
Yeah. Oh, Dora's gone Indian.
Dora's gone Indian.
So to speak.
We've got an Arctic in
Ice-Cube's
India.
gone the Led Zeppelin song. What?
I didn't get
And
that.
Larry's gone Arctic as well.
Tiny Captain will know.
Yeah, the Tiny Captain will know. Come on, Tiny Captain.
Come on,
Tiny
Tiny Captain.
Captain.
Pressure's
Yeah, you
on.
should know.
Pressure's on. Waiting for an answer. We'll give him to the
Currently
counter.
reading a book about one of the US nuclear submarines who did a complete under ice survey of the Arctic. Well, nearly complete. Yeah, in about 1970, I think it was. And using lots and lots of sonar going all over the place and using the periscope underwater because at various points the seabed was coming up and the ice was coming down and it's like, oh shit, this is getting tight, you know.
That's lies. Nobody's allowed to go there. Don't lie.
So there you go. Tiny Captain says
And
the
of course,
Arctic.
they're trying to survey all the areas around the Russian coastline and everything without being spotted, you know. And of course, you can only do that in a nuclear submarine because you don't have to surface.
Tiny Captain says the Caspian Sea does not count as an ocean, so it is the Arctic Ocean.
Yeah.
Arctic Ocean.
Yeah,
correct.
I'm going for the Arctic.
Yeah, you got the answer on the screen.
So am I, because that's what the answer is up on the screen.
Well, the answer is, yeah. Well, you know the answers, so you can't answer.
What colour?
Yes, I probably did just fail to get a Led Zepp reference because I don't know what he was bloody referencing.
Okay. What colour eyes does most humans have?
Blue.
Brown.
We've got a brown. I think that's blue. Blue who said brown?
I said brown.
Oh, you
And
said
I'm
brown.
saying blue because I've got blue eyes.
I say brown.
I'm going to say brown as well, and I've got blue eyes.
Oh yeah, the ocean, of course.
I think the I think the consensus is brown, which is correct. Yes. In which city was Anne Frank's hiding place?
Oh.
Oh.
Who's Anne Frank?
What?
What?
I can't believe you just said that.
You've not heard of the Anne Frank story?
No.
She hid the Jewish girl that hid from the Nazis. Well, the whole family did.
No.
Yeah, and she left a diary, and they got and somebody sold them out. They ended up getting killed in the camps.
Yeah, I'll go with Amsterdam. I agree.
Yeah.
I think it was. Yeah, I think it was Amsterdam too.
Everyone,
Dutch, weren't they?
everyone's saying
Yeah.
Amsterdam, which is because that's the correct answer. Amsterdam. Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
Terry, go away and Google Anne Frank.
I thought all school children learnt about Anne Frank. I thought everybody
Yeah.
did. The entire planet learnt about Anne Frank.
I don't think
Well-
we actually covered her at school, but it's just one of those poor buggers that everybody generally knows about. Anne Frank.
Yeah.
No, we
it's
didn't get educated over here when we went to school.
Well, I did. I don't know about you,
right
but I did. I definitely did. I don't know about you.
Oh, well, I went to a public school, so that's my excuse.
So did I. Well, half and half.
So did I.
Half and half.
Well, I'm in England, but you know.
Half and half. Okay. Anyway,
First
when-
blood, Terry.
Oh
Where-
yeah, they were German.
they were German. Okay. Okay, where in the
Anne
world
Frank's
is that?
family were German.
Oh,
Maybe
that's
not.
not. It's all kind of weird colours.
I know, it's to make it more difficult.
Oh.
Is that one of
I don't know then.
Is that one of Alan's photographs?
I
Oh! Ouch!
Shots fired.
I
I
wouldn't
was going to
stand
say
for that.
London, but no, that's not London.
Alan can change the hue and all that of the photos that he does.
He could do.
He could do,
But
yeah.
why would he spend the time to do?
The issue is that it's picking up the background from Timbo's virtual background, isn't it?
I've got no idea what's going on.
Not really.
It is, yes. It
You
is.
think? You think? Yeah, I think it's pretty close to the original.
Yeah, but I
Looks like it.
But I don't think that
Because it did
changed.
the same on your shot of
Hang on.
Old Faithful.
Yeah,
Did it?
it did.
Did it? Hang on. Is that Terry's? Because
Yeah.
it's
Yes, it
fine.
did.
It's fine at my end. So has Terry
Bloody
got it?
mess over here.
Has Terry got it selected?
Well, in that case, tell us where the hell it is.
Well, the thing is that the background doesn't change the shape of the buildings and stuff like that. No, it is. Anyone? We got no one. Dubai. Yeah, that's actually.
No, I've no clue. If it was,
Indistinguishable.
It's actually
yeah,
Beijing.
if I could, Beijing, really? Okay.
Yeah, that's
No, I
Beijing.
wouldn't have guessed that.
I mean, if it was clear photograph, we probably could have got it. But
Let me see what you guys are looking at.
No, I wouldn't have done.
Oh, yeah. What's going on there,
Go,
Terry?
go and have a look in the stream and look at what it actually bloody looks like.
That's not what I'm
Yeah.
sending out, Terry. What's going on?
Well, that's what we're getting.
Well, that's what.
Yeah.
Have a look what we're getting in the stream.
No, it's not what's going out.
what you see in the stream is what we can see.
Yeah, but that's Terry's
Strangely
video.
enough.
There. Unpin me.
Well, you're
first.
going to play me now.
No,
Yeah, I
it's
am.
not. It's not the stream. It's Zoom.
No.
It's Zoom that's doing it. Obviously.
Yeah, but it's coming from Terry's.
Oh
Zoom.
well, whatever.
Yeah. So
No, I'm looking at yours.
No, mine's
It
not
looks
doing
just
that.
like what Terry's looks
It
like.
does not. I'm looking at mine too. It's perfect.
I've got
Hey,
you. I've got
bullshit.
you.
I'm
I've
looking
got-
at it. Don't tell
Yeah,
me
I'm
that.
same. Yeah, I'm looking at yours. I've got you. I've got you pinned Timbo, and it's coming out blurred and horrible, weird colours.
You're talking my YouTube? My YouTube stream?
I don't know where you're getting it from, but no, we've got you pinned in Zoom.
Yes, I know.
It's yours.
You're saying so yours is looking like that too.
Oh, I get you. Look, watch this. I'll do something for you. Just.
I've just looked
any
at
arguments?
Timbo's YouTube live stream, and it's a perfect bloody photo.
There you go.
Oh.
The peanuts are going to see a perfect image of it now.
So why is it doing that then? It must be the Zoom then.
It's something to do with his virtual camera or something in Zoom.
I could. Let me switch around and come back in. Let's do this. Try this.
There you go. It's big there. Oh, there you go. There you go. I probably would have got it because that big arc building thing.
Okay.
I've seen it before. Yeah.
Now I see what you're talking about because I was saying, what are you talking about?
Yeah. So on your live stream, it's coming up nice and clear.
Ugh. Hang on. I might have to drop out.
You can
drop
put
out,
your quiz back on now.
Yeah, I'll drop out and come back in later. But yeah, that's obviously it's not going to affect the quiz. Okay, rest of the quiz.
Okay.
If it happens again, Timbo, I'll just show you live stream to the peanuts.
Yeah, just leave the live stream up for the peanuts, and everyone else can work it out because it's pretty straightforward. Okay, let's move on. Trivia: what is the largest type of deer?
I don't know. I don't know anything about deers.
The caribou or reindeer, as they're depending on whether it's wild or domesticated.
Oh, that's very specific.
It is very specific.
Oh, Dora's got it. Dora's got it.
Yeah, John Deere.
John Deere.
The tractor. A tractor.
Green ones.
Why green?
A big green tractor.
John Deere are green. Trust me, Ford are blue.
Actually,
Massey Ferguson are red.
Nerd Alert's got it out in the stream. Out in the peanuts. The moose.
Moose eye.
Moose. Oh, moose.
Moose.
That's a type of deer, is it?
Rocky and Bullwinkle.
Moose is a type of deer.
Apparently so. Apparently they're a type of deer.
There you go. A big deer, obviously.
Chocolate moose.
Some are even female deers.
The door said.
Chocolate moose. Okay. Which Disney film features When You Wish Upon a Star?
Could be worse. Could have been the salmon moose.
The one that's got the cockroach in it. Or cricket,
Cockroach.
whatever it is.
Cockroach.
You mean
cricket,
Jiminy
sorry.
Jiminy
Cricket.
Jiminy Cricket. Not
Cricket.
Jiminy the cockroach then.
Dumbo.
What was that?
We've got a Pinocchio. We've got a Pinocchio from Blue. We've got a Dumbo from Alan. We've got a couple of Pinocchios out in the stream, and they would be correct.
Yeah, I'll go with Pinocchio.
It is Pinocchio.
I'm thinking of Pinocchio, yeah.
Because that's what they do.
Oh, so it wasn't Kill Bill then?
No.
Okay.
No.
Because he wishes upon a star.
I knew I was getting close when I was thinking of the cricket.
So somewhere in the Kill Bill they sang "When You Wish Upon a Star," did they? Right. Okay.
So Clive said The Last Jedi. Did anyone think of that one?
Oh yeah, The Last Jedi.
Yeah, different Disney film.
What is the lowest rank of the US Navy?
Believe it or not, this question was, what was the lowest rank in the US Army? And I figured that was a bit too easy. So, what's the lowest rank in the US Navy? What was that, Blue?
Yeah, I suppose seaman.
Seaman, I would expect.
No.
Don't know yet.
That's one above, I think, this rank.
Oh.
Poop deck scooper.
I assume you mean ordinary seaman, is when you say.
Oh,
seaman.
what about what are they called when they're recruits? When they're recruits in training, wouldn't that be a lower rank?
Yep. Any
Was
idea
that
what
not
they're
it?
called?
Does it have a name?
Yeah. So what's the name?
So what's
So
the
what's
Yeah,
the
I thought that was
recruit?
when I would have thought that was when they would just be seamen rather than an ordinary seaman who was.
I checked this. I made sure
I think whatever it's
There we
called
go.
when they're in training.
Judy Bassett has got it. Seaman recruit.
Oh.
Seaman recruit. See, there you go.
Yeah.
There you go.
Judy Bassett had it before you did, so I'm going to.
Wait a minute. You're going to gig me for leaving off the word recruit?
Yeah.
Yeah, it sounded like it, Blue.
Damn.
I got the recruit part of it, but I didn't get the seaman bit right. So
because it's a different rank.
You damn civilians.
Okay. Which Beatle, John, Paul, George, and Ringo, was the first to read music?
I don't know, but I bet it was Ringo.
Yeah, I'm going to go with Ringo. He was the more sort of
the second best drummer in the Beatles.
Since they only had two.
Yeah,
actually, technically they had more. They had
doesn't
three.
matter.
Technically, they had three drummers in the Beatles.
Yeah.
Yeah,
The Beatles' early doors changed around quite a bit, didn't it? Before they.
No, it was when they came to Australia. The Ringo couldn't play, so they had another guy play with him for a while. So anyway, we got one George.
So they had John, Paul, George in a ring-in.
John, Paul, George, and Bingo.
You're all wrong. You want to pick another one?
All right.
You going to pick another one?
Okay, John then.
Wrong. Pick another one.
None of them.
None of
them could read music.
None of them
either.
learned to read music.
There
There you go. None of them learned to read music.
None of the Beatles learned to read
See,
music.
that's just naughty.
Irish Stew. Ringo played the drums. Well,
I mean, that's a cheat question, really, because it says which Beatles was the first to read music. You know, you can't say none of them. You know, it's kind of like that's wrong.
But I just did. So therefore,
welcome to
your
one of
premise is
Timbo's quizzes.
Yeah.
That's just wrong.
Yeah, it's a wrong question.
What is the
You
name?
want me to rewind back to the start of the quiz, where it's called, and show the title of it again for you, mate?
No, because it's still at the top, look.
Yeah, it's still there. I don't need to.
Just do that. You know, there you go.
Oh, I thought I had trouble reading.
The largest sea.
The Mediterranean.
Yeah.
Mediterranean
Exactly what I was
Sea.
thinking of. The
No,
Mediterranean.
Just see if we got a Caspian.
No, Dorog, the Caspian is the smallest, I think, wasn't it?
It's not. We won't go up north again and look at something like the White Sea, have we?
No.
Okay.
Okay.
Black Sea
We've got a
I know
black.
it's
I was just
Black
giving.
Sea's quite small.
I was only giving a little bit of
Red
time for him
Sea.
to answer out in the peanuts, but
I agree with Alan. I think it's a Mediterranean, personally.
Yeah, it's a fair size.
it is the South China Sea.
Oh, South China Sea. Ah,
It beats the
I always forget about that part of the world.
beats the Mediterranean by like a million square or something like that. They're pretty close, but yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
But it
South
just
China.
pips the post.
Yeah. Okay. Another last. Where is the world? Where in the world is this?
Oh, that would be.
Fuji.
No, we've got a Mount Fuji.
Kilimanjaro.
I think that's
It's not
Kilimanjaro.
We've got a Kilimanjaro.
Kilimanjaro, I think. I think it's Kilimanjaro.
We're at Kilimanjaro.
Kilimanjaro, I'm going to go with.
We've got one
What,
Kilimanjaro.
rising like a Memphis above the Serengeti?
And we've got Mount Rainier out in the thing. We've got Japan. And you're wrong. It's Mount Discovery.
Rainier.
It's Mount
I'm pretty sure
Discovery.
that's Mount Discovery.
Oh, Mount
okay.
Discovery.
Antarctica, yeah, it could well
Antarctica.
be. Yeah, that's what I
Yeah,
thought,
but it does look like those other ones, which is why I put it in there.
Yeah.
Yes, it does look like Fuji, but it's not. Mount Discovery. There you go.
Antarctica is not as flat as what I thought it was.
Oh, Antarctica.
Antarctica has got huge mountain ranges. It's also the highest continent in the world. It's got ice on it that's upwards of 2 miles thick. Yeah, it ain't flat.
Far from
So
flat.
how do you know that? We can't go there.
Well,
Well, I personally can't go there because I don't have the cash, but lots of people have. And lots of people are there at the moment, but you can't go there.
technically, the tallest mountain in Australian territories is in Antarctica.
No.
Bigger than Kosciuszko, but that's territories, not mainland. Okay. When Michael Jordan played for the Chicago Bulls, how many NBA championships did he win?
Take a stab.
That's less than 10.
I don't really follow netball.
No, I don't follow that either.
I'll see if anyone answers it.
I'll go with 5, just as a complete educated guess.
Stu reckons 27.
27?
I don't
No,
think
the
that's
alert says
right.
3.1415.
What, pi?
How can you get past the armed penguins? You fly over them. That's easy.
Yeah.
Yeah. Because they can't fly, so just fly over.
Just got to watch out for the ones that got ground-aware missiles. They're buggers.
Yeah. It's the artillery you got to watch out.
I'll go with 6.
And we're going with a 6. Well, that would be because it's 6. Very good.
I'll go 7.
You can go 6.
Yeah, it was 6. I got 5, so I was close.
Yeah, it was 5. No, it was 6.
That was
Definitely
complete
6.
guess.
Okay, I think we had this question before, but let's see. What country won the very first FIFA World Cup in 1930?
Oh, that was a South American country. I forget
I don't do football either.
Paraguay or Uruguay?
Paraguay. I think it was Uruguay. Yeah, Alan. Yeah. The first World Cup was Uruguay, pretty sure that.
I'm just giving it a sec for the peanuts to catch up. Okay, I think they've had long enough. It is Uruguay. Okay, in what year was the first ever Wimbledon Championship held? See how close you can get.
Oh, Clive got it. Clive got Uruguay.
You know what? I don't do tennis either. God, you're picking all the crap sports, aren't you?
That's okay. I think you might like the last one. Last question.
I'll say can we go the decade? I'll say the 50s.
I will say 1850. Only it wasn't a tennis championship, but it was a Wimbledon championship.
Okay, Dora's got an 1814.
Oh, that's far back even. They're guessing 1845, 1814.
Okay, the correct answer is 1877.
1900 and frozen to death.
Well, Stewie was close-ish.
Oh, 1877 and frozen to death then.
Well, technically, Alan was closer.
What did Alan say?
1850 was the first Wimbledon Rifle Championships.
Yeah.
Of course.
Which was held on Wimbledon Common before the tennis.
Yeah.
Nice.
Okay, I had to correct this because they had the wrong answer when I looked this one up, but this is the correct answer. No, I didn't have the wrong answer. The when I was looking at questions, they had.
Where you got it from? Yeah, I get that.
And I thought that's stupid. They're wrong. Okay, how many bits are in the smallest unit of computer memory?
It depends on the architecture of the computer you're using. Because
1024.
A lot of very early ones used 6 bits, not 8.
Yes, but there is a unit of computer memory.
Oh, we mean
a unit. 1024.
How many bits are in that unit, Alan?
8.
1024.
Correct. 8. There are 8 bits to a byte.
But
like 8 bits to a byte. Okay.
Earlier computers used 6 bits, not 8.
Yes. Yeah, that was bits, but they weren't a byte.
A lot of early computers did.
Yeah, they weren't a byte. And a bit is not considered a piece of memory, even though some may argue otherwise, but I say it's a byte. Because when I looked at this question, they said the smallest unit of computer memory was a kilobyte. And I said, that's not right.
Hey? How can it be?
That's exactly when it's describing 1,000 of another
kilobytes,
unit.
1,000 bytes, and the byte's made up of something else. So,
yeah. So anyway, okay. Which planets in our solar system have no recognised moons?
Mercury and Venus.
Oh, he's in
what he said.
What he said. Everyone's going with Matt. I don't see anyone's going to
Mercury and Venus. I'm not 100% sure about the rest, but those two certainly don't.
We've got a moon. Mars has got 2. Jupiter's got loads. Saturn's got a shit ton. But the other 2 have got moons as well, and Pluto doesn't count as a planet anymore.
No.
Mercury and Venus.
Because poor old Pluto doesn't have an orbit of its own.
No, that's correct.
Bastards.
Okay, well, that's the normal. I do have one bonus question. And I said that...
okay.
Oh, God.
What do we get if we get this right, then, for a bonus question?
You've got to get it before...
Well, I don't think we're going to get it right.
Have I got to let everybody else go first? Or is it going to be a fucking water tank?
No, it's not going to be a water tank.
It's a tank question.
A Dewey Waters 10,000 litre modular design.
Dora's trying to get in before you.
It's your tank.
Sherman.
Okay, what's that?
Oh, it is a tank. There you go. I think that's a Challenger, isn't it?
No, that's an M1 Abrams, and I couldn't tell you which version because they got shitloads now. But that's the American. That's the American M1 Abrams.
We've got to be
very distinctive, particularly where they leave that cutaway over the drive sprocket at the back there, because I had a habit of clogging up the
I'll share Timbo's stream because it shows a better image.
Yeah.
Oh yes, it's gone all funny again, isn't it?
Yeah. I'm gonna drop out of Zoom and come back in and see if it picks it up.
Turn your virtual camera off. Are you using a
no, I did
webcam?
Yeah, no, I did all that.
Okay, that did not.
No.
Dory, you say that like that's a bad thing.
I'll be back in a second.
It's my fault that you know things about tanks. There's no shame.
I rode in a Challenger 1. My mum was driving it. Yeah.
Mate, your boy up the road's got a Challenger 1. I think he's got the only civilian-owned Challenger 1 in existence.
Well, this was during a family day when my dad was in the REME. He was attached to the 4RTR, 4th Royal Tank Regiment in Berlin.
Yeah.
And it was some of the adults could drive the tank, and my mum drove a tank, and I sat in it while she was driving it. It was very loud. That's all I can remember about it, really.
Farmer, have you ever gone to that Australian museum for the tanks? They've got a website and they've got an inventory of all what they've got there.
No, I haven't. I haven't, to be honest. Yeah, you're right. I ought to. I mean, I watch all their videos on YouTube.
Yeah, be interesting to know what they've got there.
Yeah, I'll have to, because they have. It looks like they've got quite a varied collection, because they put out a video the other day and it was some Russian artillery piece. Dirty great big barrel on it. Yeah, so they've obviously got quite a varied collection. Probably the same sort of varied collection that the Tank Museum over here's got, because they've got all sorts.
And but Gary, it's not a good flat Earth. It's not a good flat Earth day because it isn't flat.
No, it's not flat. But other than that,
good Earth day, good globe day.
Clive
it's another year of this. It's another year of the sphere, Gary. Sorry.
I'm getting blamed for all sorts of shit now. Clive Well says I start to get video. Clive Well says I start to get video recommendations from the Tank Museum. I blame Farmer's Boy for that. Fine.
Like the Australian one. Yeah, it's a good one. The Australian one.
I don't know whether it's Australian or Bovington.
No, Bovington are advertising a lot, aren't they? Because I get a shit ton of Bovington adverts at the start of videos.
I don't.
Oh right. Yeah, I don't get any ads.
Are they doing the restorations on theirs, or just the?
No. This is on all sorts of videos. Bovington are actually running adverts. So I tend to see them at the start of videos.
But the museum you've got over there, they're not putting out YouTube videos of restorations or anything, are they?
I'm also sub to their YouTube channel.
Yeah, they do put out a lot of videos. They tend not to do restoration so much as they've got an awful lot of old tanks that still run. So a lot of the time they're putting out videos of maintaining them. I mean, every time I go there, they've got a huge shed that's got like a garage section at the end. and they've forever got tanks in there that they've had for sort of 30, 40, 50, 60, 70 plus years, and they still run. And obviously after a while they have to pull them in and do major maintenance work on them.
Oh, okay.
They do a little bit of restoration, but I think most of that over here tends to get done by there are private companies and privately owned museums. I mean, the Weald Foundation that I'm a member of, they do everything perfectly. They don't just go, oh, that looks about right. They get everything absolutely spot on, and it takes them a bloody long time. There's the Wheatcroft collection. Now he's a privately owned collection. The guy must be a millionaire, because they get so many. You look at a scrap tank and think there's no way they'll restore that, and they do. They restore it back to running condition.
Well, you look at the ones we've looked at.
Well, yeah, exactly. You look
blown up.
yeah. Well, the Weald Foundation, their Jag Panther was basically, I think, the remains of two, and between the two of them and various other sources, they got enough together to make one working tank. But the Tank Museum doesn't tend to do that sort of work very often. They've got their work cut out just keeping running what they've already got, and they do also get donations and from various other museums around the world to say, do you want to borrow this tank for 10 years? That sort of thing.
Yeah, farmers, here's a question for you. When was the museum founded?
Or Bovington?
Yes, without Googling
it. As a museum, I think it was either towards the end or just after World War II, wasn't it?
No, 1923.
That early? I'm cross. I didn't realise it was that early.
It's their centenary this year. That's what all the bloody adverts have been for that I've been getting.
I don't get any adverts in my ad blocker blocks them all. But I mean, like I say, I'm going in March and I'm going in June, I think, because they've got a Friends and Volunteers Day in March, and then the big Tank Fest in June, which is the weekend after the Weald Foundation. And then, of course, we've got the 3-day show that they'll hold here again. I've got tickets for that. They'll have tanks there as well. The We Have Ways Festival.
You need to change the title of this stream, Terry.
Why?
Here we go.
I don't know, something like.
What will I name it now, Matt?
Tanks Alley Science or something, or tanks. Yeah, tanks a lot.
Okay. Okay. Yeah, tanks a lot. Yeah.
Thanks a lot. Yeah.
That's what he calls himself up the road. The guy who sells tanks.
Thanks a lot.
Thanks a lot.
No, I'm only messing. If I'd given half the chance, I'd be talking about spacecraft and stuff. I've given half the chance.
Nothing wrong with that. I'm into spacecraft as well.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Oh.
I just had a lightning bolt moment. Hang on a sec. You're right, keep going. Don't ignore me. Just ignore me.
You could take down your quiz now, Timber.
I was just testing out why it was doing that.
I was trying to fix it.
I was trying to fix out why it was doing that, and I think I've worked it out. But I'm just, if I go here, it is in Zoom.
Did you hear that Poland, as long as there's a coalition, that they were going to send, is it a company of Leopard 2s to Ukraine? Farmers, did you hear about that?
Yeah, I can see Ukraine being used up as a testing ground by NATO. Because if they're sending Leopard 2s, we're sending some Charlie 2s.
Oh, but that's for Generation 3, isn't it? Leopard 2s, are they Leopards and Challengers generation? Is that third generation? Or I got them with generations mixed up?
I don't keep up with what generation they class as these tanks, because I mean we're now going to be building the Challenger 3, so we are building the Challenger 3. So
Leopard 2 is on a par with the Challenger 2, then, isn't it? At least, sort of on paper. Yeah.
The Leopard 2 has been upgraded quite a few times. The traditional Leopard 2 is very sort of slab-sided turret. Now it's all sort of angles. They got panels all bolted onto it, and all. They've just been upgrading it. So
the Germans designed and built that, didn't they? I think.
The Leopard 1 and 2 are German designs. And the Russians are running out.
There's such a misunderstanding. Like people think, oh, they could just hand over some tanks and like, there you go, off you go. No, they ain't gonna work like that.
No.
It's training, integration, all that kind of stuff. Need to learn how to use it effectively.
Yeah, ammunition, because they all use different guns.
Exactly. Maintenance, spare parts for maintenance, and all the rest of it that needs to be put in place.
Well, to be honest, we used to be the odd ones out for many, many years. We weren't using the same ammunition as everybody else was. We were still using rifle barrels, whereas the Americans and the Germans had gone over to smoothbore. So the shells
up until
themselves.
what point? Up until what point?
Probably the Challenger 2, I think.
Right.
But, and then everybody changes the ammunition and the guns they use, and everybody else either says, "Well, do we stay with what we got? How much ammo have we got in reserve, or do we upgrade as well?" And
well, I mean, makes sense if if everything was standardised in NATO, wouldn't it?
Yep.
Makes supply a lot easier.
You sent me the wrong shells. Oh, sorry.
Yeah. Well, I mean, of course, obviously Ukraine have got, it's mostly Soviet made equipment and ammunition and all the rest of it as well. So yeah, obviously that's going to be completely different ammunition.
Must be an absolute nightmare for anybody who's working in logistics. Well, what do we send them? What have you got? What do you need? What have we got? Yeah, that's why you always try and go for standardisation. So you just go, oh yeah, fine, whatever. Which system is it? What ammo? Right, fine, off you go. Have a few truckloads of that.
What have we got there, Terry? What's next?
Just been grabbing a few.
Good. Grabbing a few.
Yeah, grabbing a few.
Or a few tinnies, or?
No, not this time of night. We don't drink. I don't drink out of a tin. I'm civilized.
I don't.
He drinks
out of a bottle.
I prefer to drink. I prefer to drink out of a bowl. Definitely, I drink out of a tin as well. Can.
Just pour it in a glass like a really civilized person.
No, I'm not civilized. What are you talking about? What am I going to do that for?
Charlie 2 still rifled? Let's have a look. Challenger 1. Oh, there we go. Challenger 2.
I worked out what was wrong with my video feed, so we're all good now. Next time.
Oh, good. That's all right.
If anyone ever has it. Well, because I switched over so that when I'm in Zoom, I'm using one of my NDI feeds, and then the OBS is using a different one. So I turned on a background in Zoom and a green screen, and it was overriding the feed from OBS.
I could have told you that.
Yeah, well, why didn't you? Would have saved me some time finding it.
Said something about Zoom and your camera or whatever.
Yeah, thanks. That's really helpful.
Zoom and virtual backgrounds. It's always Zoom and virtual backgrounds.
Yeah. So it was because to get the avatar to show, I've got to tell it that I've got a green screen because obviously it doesn't look like a proper human, so it doesn't pick it up very well. So I tell it that's what it was. Anyway, there you go. I know now.
Must be the Abrams who's got a smooth ball.
I'll take your word for it.
Oh, hang on, let's have a look. Oh, there we go. Not next to the Challenger. I struggle to keep up with modern tanks sometimes. I really do.
Change the subject.
They go too fast.
Been no updates. Got no updates as to what happened with the Virgin Orbit rocket from the UK. Apart from, it was confirmed it crashed to Earth. That was confirmed. It was confirmed it's the second stage, but that's about it. But we still don't know why. What else? What else was there? What else? Oh, it looks like this Starship first orbital test. It sounds like it's getting closer than it's ever been. So we might see that soon at the end of February. Might. They're going to do a wet dress rehearsal coming out any day soon. Oh, hang on, update on Start Me Up mission. Oh, here we go. There's an update here.
There you go.
Preliminary analysis of the data for the Start Me Up mission has begun to shed light on the outcome of the January the 9th flight and the next steps to follow. Yada yada yada. Fluff fluff fluff. The rocket ignited its first stage engine quickly, going hypersonic, and successfully completed the stage 1 burn. Initial data assessments indicate that the first stage of the rocket performed as expected. Then the rocket reached space altitudes, and then a stage separation. Ignition of the upper stage and fairing separation similarly occurred, as per planned mission timeline. At approximately 180 kilometers, the upper stage experienced an anomaly. Yeah, we know that. Event ended the mission. Update on the investigation and next steps. No, it's not really giving us any more information. Doing a formal investigation, telemetry, data, yada yada yada. No, nothing really.
4 days ago. Can't find anything more recent than it.
Yeah, no, it's not giving us any more information really. I keep getting these updates on the mission, update to the mission. It's more or less saying the same thing all over again. Oh, we've got Falcon Heavy launch tonight.
Is that still going ahead?
As far as I know, let me have a look. This has
Cool.
changed. It's been changed twice. So
That's why I see it, because I keep seeing that in my Twitter feed. No, this date is changed and that date is changed. You think, oh yeah, whatever, whenever.
yeah, it's still on tonight as far as my sources go.
Cool. I do like a heavy launch because you get that Thunderbirds
Yeah.
moment where the two boosters come back down side by
I
side.
know. That's the bit I like as well.
I mean,
yeah.
they did that first one. Because I sat here watching it live, and I just like, it is a very real Thunderbirds moment when you see that for the first time. That's just like, oh bloody hell.
Launch window opens at 10:55. I'm going to be live streaming that if anybody's interested. Link.
Should still be up.
What time your time?
Well, launch window opens at 10:55 p.m.
Our time.
My time. Yeah. That'd be pretty early, fairly early in the morning for you, I think, Terry, wouldn't it?
Mm-hmm.
About 9 in the morning or something. 8 or 9 in the morning. Not very early.
We're an hour. We're about an hour difference at the moment, opposite. So, yeah.
Yeah, but 9 or 10. That's not too bad in the morning. Yeah, you'll probably be awake, I'm sure.
What day?
Today. Well, for you, it'll be tomorrow.
Yeah, it's our today, it's his tomorrow.
Yeah.
And it's only just our today tonight, to be honest. It's getting bloody close, you know.
Yeah, exactly. You're right. Yeah.
I'll have to go to bed now then if I've got to wake up at 9 o'clock.
Yeah.
I see Reds is going to be there. He just posted in my Twitter stream 4 minutes ago.
I thought he might have been. Yeah, he does most.
Going live to stream my view of the Falcon Heavy launch and landing, blah blah blah. Yeah, so yeah, he'll be going live.
Launch window's quite narrow, actually. It's only 38 minutes. Launch window.
That's quite tight.
Tightish.
Yeah.
Well, it's not as tight as an instant launch window, I suppose, but yeah.
There is that, yeah.
I like this launch. If you want to make me bigger for you guys, I'm sure you've seen this one. This one.
How do I make yours bigger?
Just pin it.
That's me.
Say?
I don't know your video that I want to play. Weird.
Okay.
Is it? What's the matter with it?
I don't know. I opened it up and it's only little. I go to default view.
Oh, change the. I've got. I rendered it in like full HD. If you want to get the full screen, just put it on a lower quality.
Yeah, I'll show you.
Yeah, I know what you mean. Just lower the. Go into settings and lower the quality a little bit. Like 1080p or even 720p or something.
Working. Virtual camera. What am I doing wrong?
Don't know.
Yeah, there we go. In that. Yeah, see how it's
Well, go to
we're going to change it in here.
No, just click on the full screen. Would that put it out full screen, wouldn't it?
No, not for me. It won't.
Oh, right. Okay, I don't know then. Then what's going on? Yeah, go to settings a minute. Go to quality. Oh, it's set to 720p anyway, so there's nothing that I'm doing wrong.
No, I think it's just the OBS window.
Put it on 4K if you want.
It won't. It won't change it. If I even go to that, it won't make any difference.
Why wouldn't it do that for you then? Well, that's good enough. It's not.
Yeah,
I mean,
if I go full screen, it goes full screen.
yeah,
Yeah,
it's
well,
nothing that I'm doing wrong then.
No.
Something
I
to
mean,
do
I
with
can
you.
make it go theatre mode, but that makes it go that big, and then I can reduce.
Can't you just
it.
manually change the size of it in
That's-
OBS?
Because that's what I've done.
No,
you can see on my...
I have to do it over in Google. No, if I do that, I
Oh,
muck
there you go.
up the whole
That'll do. That's good enough.
Yeah,
Fun
I'm
enough for time.
fiddling with it. Seeing if I can. I can't make it any smaller, otherwise it won't fit. Yeah, that's the best I can do. Unless I go. No. That's the only one set. Oh, that'll have to do. Okay, it's coming out different in shared than what it is going out
Yeah,
to them.
that's close enough. It's close enough.
Yeah, okay. Close, it's close. They can see it. Yeah. There you go.
So, you wanna press play, Terry? Oh, you already have.
Yep.
Hi, Matt here, and welcome to M2M and another quick vids. I got a little treat for you guys, and the flat earthers are gonna either love this or hate this. It's a Falcon 9 OneWeb launch into a
That drawer that's
orbit,
not closed over
and
there.
it went over the South
my
Pole.
OCD.
And we got some really good footage. Check it out.
You can't fix it. Oh, that's it. That's all we get.
No, you'll see some more in a minute. There you go. That's Antarctica.
I didn't see more.
Oh, you can't really hear the music, can you? It doesn't really come out very well, but I know the live streamer hear it.
What are we looking at? Because
I can hear it.
Okay, now I got it. Yeah.
You should be able to hear the music. I'm hearing it.
Just about.
Where's the ferrets?
Where's the what?
Ferret.
Oh, the ferret. Yeah. Well, the engine's not burning, is it? So this is during the coast phase, before it released the well, actually before the second burn, I think, to circularize the orbit probably. So it's obviously in a polar orbit. It's probably sun-synchronous orbit, I suggest. Yeah, so it flew over the South Pole. Pretty much bang on. There you go. It's around about there, isn't it? Roughly. South Pole, where it is now. Geographical South Pole there. Obviously.
Oops.
What a miss.
Nothing yet.
South Pole.
Oh yeah, I watched that one earlier on.
Yeah.
Where's the wall? That's not the South Pole. Where's the ice wall?
It's just white.
Yeah.
That's not the South Pole.
I see no wall. I see no edge of Earth.
Quite.
Take us back.
So it's a bit higher than the ISS at that point.
That's
before it ended. That's it. I thought it was quite spectacular. Nobody really shared my enthusiasm for it. There
It was
well.
Terry, do you mind if I show you
Some
my
people
favourite
did
launch?
Still got some good views.
Do you mind if I share my favourite launch? I'll share my favourite launch.
Your favourite launch?
Yeah.
Where do I figure out how to stop doing this?
Just pin me.
I'm going to try to work out how to do it in a certain order. Okay, if I do that first, that to there, I can still leave my virtual camera on. Or do I
Yeah,
turn
just
that off?
no, leave it on. Just pin me
I
so
can
it's
turn that.
so I'm bigger. That's all.
Oh, wait a minute. No, leave that on. Then I do that. There we go.
And now pin me.
And
so
why
I'm
am I
bigger.
not back where I'm supposed to? Oh, I'm not pinned. I've got to unpin.
Yeah.
Move pin. There we go. That's fixed it.
And do you mind
Right,
pinning
now
my?
I'm back to normal, I think.
Now, if you mind pinning mine so that
Right.
the
Okay.
peanuts can see it, because as soon as someone talks,
Pin your
it'll-
what?
My video, my stream.
Oh, okay.
Because otherwise,
Yeah. Wait a minute.
when-
what pin
when-
here?
Yeah. So you go up to my new.
Yeah, it's coming through here.
Is it?
Yeah, it's coming through here.
Come in. Yeah. Not in YouTube. Okay, I'll look at yours. Okay, good. Let me just check. Yeah, pin that. I was just waiting for it to catch up in YouTube. There we go. Yeah. Okay, there we go. So this is my favourite launch.
Oh, which launch is this? It looks.
Well,
on May 18th of 2021, the United Launch Alliance, or the ULA, launched an Atlas V rocket into space from Cape Canaveral in Florida, about 50 miles east of Orlando. The rocket launched a missile warning satellite known as a Space-Based Infrared System Geosynchronous Earth Orbit, or SBIRS-GEO. Rocket enthusiasts could pay $20 to stand about 5 miles from the launch pad at the Banana Creek launch viewing area. Or you could be Andy
This one.
Lynn, who was lucky enough to see the launch for free from the window seat of his passenger plane.
Oh, well, that'd be good.
What'd you get in at?
I have seen one of these videos where you can see the rocket launch come. That's the same one. That's a different one than one I've seen.
Somebody filmed it. I think it was a shuttle launch.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It comes up through the
Yeah,
clouds.
it
and they film
goes
from
to
there.
the goes to your left. They're looking at the
The
right-hand
pilot comes
side of
on
the
over
plane
the
and they-
speaker and informs the passengers of a launch happening out the left window. We watch as the Atlas V cuts through the clear sky and disappears into the nether of space. A few things had to go right and wrong for Andy to get this amazing shot. He was on his way from New York to Cancun and happened to pass over East Florida at launch time. The launch was also delayed by 24 hours due to an issue with the rocket's liquid oxygen system. Andy was asleep when the pilot made the first announcement, but he was lucky enough to wake up and start recording. He called it absolutely surreal and one of the most awe-inducing experiences of his life.
There you go. That's my favourite launch.
There you go. That
Oh,
rocket.
okay.
Yeah, that would have been spectacular to see.
Yeah.
Atlas V is being retired. Once once they use up, I mean, Atlas has been going a long time. Yeah, it's been retired. So once they use up the last of the Atlas, probably within the next year, that's it, done, finished. Atlas is no more.
Oh, there you go.
They were originally a nuclear launch platform, weren't they? The
Indeed, they
Atlas?
were. Yeah, original Atlas. Yep. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, dates back from the 50s.
Yeah. Just like the original Redstone was.
Yep. Well,
That's right.
they all were really. The original rockets were all missiles, weren't they?
Yeah,
Oh,
Gemini Titan. The
Yeah.
Titan was a ICBM.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Just happened to be big enough that it could take that payload.
Wasn't really until Saturn V that wasn't designed for
That's
that
true.
purpose. Yeah.
That's true.
Everything else was. 'Cause why not?
Yeah, no point in reinventing the wheel.
Yeah. I mean, they just.
I haven't played a planar walk for a while, but this one I thought would be interesting. Flat Earthers get things right for once,
yeah.
but
Yeah.
disagree over it.
Yeah.
I was playing this before.
Oh, yeah,
I have heard similar things with Flat Earthers like this.
Yeah, he
They'll
came
get
up on my
something-
recommendations, but I never watched it. Yeah. Sorry, Terry.
Yeah, they'll sort of say something that's right, but then one of the others will disagree, and they'll end up arguing.
Yeah, and you kind of go, "Oh no!"
No, have you
Always said
seen
it right?
Have you seen this one?
Yeah.
Have you seen this one?
No, I haven't actually watched this
No,
one.
you'll be surprised who gets it right and who gets it wrong. Yeah, I was playing this
Okay.
earlier, but I didn't play it all the way through. So, get to it.
Okay.
Let's have a go then.
I've got to do that and that. There we go. I happened to pause it on that bit before I played it.
Yeah, it's not a great look, is it? For Plan a Walk. Tery. No, I was trying to do a Kiwi accent. It's not working. Sorry.
No.
Tery. I'm not going to.
That's what it was.
No, yeah, I think the sound of wounds like
yeah,
Indian.
yeah, I don't think you should try. Do it South African accent's close enough.
Yeah, South Africa. Oh, can you press play, please, mate? Something like that.
Ahoy hoy, I'm Plan a Walk. Now, flat earthers are well known for getting things wrong and never getting anything right.
No, I'm not going to argue with that.
However, today is going to be a little bit different. You see, I've found a couple of flat earthers that are arguing against each other, so of course they're going to get things right. The flat earthers that I'm talking about, of course, are Dell and Rachy, and they both make some good points. Dell does an okay-ish job of pointing out what's happening when it comes to gravity, although he doesn't realize that he's actually doing that. And Rachy does a good job of defending Newtonian gravity. Now, neither of them actually believe in gravity or properly understand gravity, although I'd say that Rachy probably has a better understanding of gravity than Dell. However, Rachy, if you are watching this, you are not completely off the hook, because you do get things wrong. But so does Dell. Dell, here's a small tip. Maybe turn another light on so it becomes easier to see you, because otherwise you look like you're just a thing in the shadows.
I'm going to show you the little video that I recorded earlier on with Marty. We're going to have a talk about it. Okay, it's only 8 minutes long, so I'm going to get to that, and then we'll have a wee chat about it. So I encourage you to pay attention.
I'll put the subtitles on for you.
All right, so I'm going... Wait, do I need to translate what he just said there?
Yeah, you
do.
I
realised
got
that his accent is way more difficult to understand than my lack of accent. So in case you didn't catch it, he said that he's going to show us a video that's about 8 minutes long and to pay attention. Now, I am going to cut down that video because I think the point can be made better if we take out a lot of the fluff.
Marty here is going to demonstrate how liquid and gas behave in a situation of acceleration. You ready? Decelerate. What we see in the situation there is that the air references the directionality of acceleration.
What?
So that
Come again?
The water gets thrown to the back of the bottle and the air gets propelled forward. So the air shows you the direction of acceleration.
Okay,
Air shows you the direction of acceleration.
100% correct. Now, why does this happen? So the reason why this happens is due to inertia and how the forces act upon the fluids. So as we all know, everything in the universe is quite lazy and would prefer to just keep on doing what it is doing. So if something is in motion, it would prefer to stay in motion, and if something is stationary, then it would prefer to stay stationary. Now, when you accelerate a bottle of water, the thing that is being accelerated there is the bottle. Now, the contents of the bottle do get accelerated, but that is from the bottle itself. This is because it's the end of the bottle that is pushing all the fluid in the bottle when it accelerates. Now, because water has higher density than air, it is much easier to displace air. So when air and water are both trying to go to the same spot, the water is easily going to push the air out of the way. But the most important part here is all this happens because it's the bottle that is pushing the stuff within the bottle.
So the point being to this, that gravity is claimed to be a force or a fictitious force, or you could think of it as a force that acts upon objects that accelerates them towards the Earth, right? Now, as we've just shown and demonstrated, when we have acceleration acting, so in the case of the car is the thing that accelerates, that acts upon me, Marty, and Marty holding the object, which is the bottle with the liquid and the gas within it. So it's being accelerated, and what we see is a shift. We see the water going to the back and the air denoting the directionality of the acceleration. Now, if gravity is claimed to be a force that accelerates objects, well, when we let objects go, we should see the exact same thing happening. We should see the air move to the bottom and the liquid to the top, because the air shows the direction of acceleration. 3, 2, 1.
Okay, so Del gets a few things wrong here, but first I want to mention what happened with the water in that bottle because it was a little bit hard to see. So the water in that bottle, relative to the bottle, didn't really move at all. So why is that? So the answer here, of course, is that Del doesn't really understand gravity, not in the Newtonian sense, nor in the Einstein sense. However, Rachie does seem to understand what's going on here, so I'm going to let her explain it.
Okay, so this is our container, and we have water in our container with some air at the top. Now, if, again, the container is being accelerated.
These bloodies are terrible with their lighting. Delk had no light. Now she's got light that's flushing out.
Too much of it, yeah.
Yep.
Down. So as it gets as the top of the container here comes to here. But there is no acceleration on the water. So your water's not accelerating. Then what's going to happen? The water's going to build up at the back, just like with the car when it crashes, when the things go crashing in the boot. It's going to build up here. And then you are going to have air at the bottom. And that's going to be what your container looks like if the water's not accelerating. However, if the water is accelerating, then what you're actually going to end up with is, okay, this time, the water is going to be accelerating down at the same rate as the container. Okay, so as we have the container wall here, and we have the water, and we have the water about this much distance away, so this bit in between is air. We have the water down here. As this container wall accelerates, the top of the container, as the top of the container accelerates down here, if the water is accelerating at the same rate, you're going to end up with the water here. And there's going to be no displacement at all because they are accelerating at the same rate. They are falling at the same point. If they are falling or accelerating at the same rate, the reference frame and the object inside, then there is going to be no displacement.
Now, all I can say to that is she is 100% correct there. This is the difference between looking at something like Del has done and concluding what's happening based on that versus actually knowing why things act that way. So Rachie here gets a gold star.
No!
Okay, Del, why not?
Gravity is claimed to be a force or a fictitious force, or you could think of it as a force that acts upon objects that accelerates them towards the Earth. So the lobe Earth proponents are claiming things have been accelerated. The test, the practical demonstration doesn't show that. Now what's the orientation of that? Air at the top, water at the bottom. Therefore, yes, that must be the conclusion.
Okay, so here's the thing.
Pause
Del
for a sec,
clearly
Terry.
doesn't understand gravity in the sense of Einstein.
Sorry. I've listened to this bit. I think what he's about to do makes it far more complicated than it needed to be described. But see if you guys can follow it. But there's a far simpler way of describing what's going on here. Anyway, carry on.
Okay.
You listen to it and see if
Because
you think so.
Rachie's explanation is an explanation of how gravity does work under Newton, but not under Einstein. According to Einstein, I am being accelerated up at 9.81 meters per second squared. Now, when you hear something like that, your first reaction might be something along the lines of this.
The planet Earth is not accelerating upward. What direction again is up?
So the answer to that, of course, is it's the direction that points away from the strongest gravity well that you are in. Here on Earth, it's away from Earth. If you go far enough away from Earth, then it will be away from the Sun. Now, this is a difficult concept to grasp, but what you have to remember is that space is four-dimensional, not three-dimensional. We are constantly moving through time, and it turns out that space and time are interlinked. Now, we call this space-time. I know it's a very original name. But in the presence of mass, space-time bends. Now, because of this, what might look like a curved path through 3D space turns out to be a straight path through 4D space-time. Now, we are constantly moving through time. However, when you move through time in a straight direction and space-time is curved, well, then it appears in 3D space like you're accelerating. Now, you're not actually accelerating because you're following a straight line through 4D space-time, but it appears like you are in 3D space. Now, following this logic, you have to conclude that in 4D space-time, the ground is accelerating up at 9.81 meters per second squared. Okay, because this can be quite confusing, and I know that there will be some people that still won't understand it, let me try and use a diagram to help. If you're traveling along one of these long lines here, then you are traveling through time. If you're traveling along one of these shorter lines, you are traveling through space. Now, as you can see, this very crude space-time thing here is curved. So if we were to draw a straight line through it, we'd see that it initially goes fairly straight through time, but as time goes on, it starts moving more through space. In order for it to remain stationary through 3D space, or in this case it would be 1D space, you would need to accelerate it. On Earth, the acceleration through 4D space-time to keep us stationary in 3D space comes from the ground. The ground accelerating upwards at 9.81 meters per second squared keeps us stationary through 3D space, as counterintuitive as that may seem. Now, I realize that flat earthers will probably have a difficult time grasping this concept. Hell, even if you're a globe earther, you might have a difficult time grasping this concept. That is why it is fine to use Newton where it works, like here on Earth. So I will still be giving Rachie that gold star. And Del, you get a bronze star for sort of realizing what Einstein realized, and that is the absence of a gravitational field is no different from being in freefall. Now, you might be wondering, why were the two flat earthers, Del and Rachie, having a disagreement? Well, the answer is, Del thinks that his experiment disproves relative density disequilibrium.
People are so enamored by their own bias. People have bought into all these mantras, stationary immovable, relative density disequilibrium, all these mantric statements. But the practical references show us something totally different. And people don't like it. Rachie, the object is dense, so this accelerates down. So density now is a force of acceleration. Are you kidding me on?
Don't do what the Globers do and strawman me saying density's a force. I did not say density was a force, Del. I said relative density disequilibrium is a force, relative density, do you know what I mean? Meaning, not density on its own, relative density. That gives the force. And this can be shown with literally everything and anything.
God damn it.
Why does an anvil float in mercury? Because it's less dense than the mercury.
Well, yes-ish, but actually no. It is because the volume of mercury that it is able to displace is lower than the volume of the anvil. But I'm sure the question that you are all asking is Del right? Does Del's experiment disprove relative density disequilibrium? Well, I've had an extensive thought on this, and sadly, I don't think so. Unfortunately, that means that for a second, I'm going to have to defend relative density disequilibrium. Okay, relative density disequilibrium, what is it? It means that if an object is more dense than the medium that it is in, then it will go down. If it's less dense, then it will go up. Simple stuff. In the case of this bottle, the water inside of it is more dense than the air, so it goes down, and the bottle itself is more dense than the surrounding air, so it wants to go down as well, but it can't because I'm holding onto it. Now, you might think that if I drop the bottle, well, the air outside of the bottle, due to its relative density disequilibrium, will be pushing the bottle down, so the water inside the bottle will want to go upwards. Unfortunately, that is not the case because there would be relative density disequilibrium inside the bottle, forcing the water downwards. Now, even though Del's experiment does not disprove relative density disequilibrium, it still has its flaws. The main thing being is that if relative density disequilibrium were true, the weight of this shouldn't change based on how much water is in it. Let me explain. So if relative density is true, then I think we can all agree that the air is exerting a force on the water, pushing the water to the bottom. I think we can all agree on that. Now, if I add more water to this, well, the surface area of the water that is touching the air still remains the same. And the density of both the air and the water are still the same. So why would there be a greater force? And even if we were to somehow grant that there is a greater force internally, that does not translate to a greater force externally. Because if the air pushes the water down at a greater force, then the water also pushes the air upwards at a greater force. This would result in the bottle being the same weight regardless of how much water is put into the bottle. So, why does the bottle weigh more when you have more water in it? It's because of how flat earthers think. You see, flat earthers think about the density of the object and thus the force that is applied to the object as the overall density between the air, the water, and the plastic. This means that somehow the force that is applied to the overall object is the sum of the densities within the object. So despite the plastic having the same relative density to the air, regardless of whether it's filled with water or not, somehow the air still applies more of a force if it's filled with water. And to me, that makes no sense. How can the relative density between the plastic and the air, because the plastic is what's having the force applied to it, be different based on the contents inside of this bottle? Rachie, just say that there's 9.81 meters per second acceleration of objects towards the ground. That solves everything. You don't need to invoke relative density that way. A 9.81 meters per second acceleration does explain why an anvil will float in Mercury, because of buoyancy. Despite me not agreeing with Dell's overarching point here, I do agree with something he said.
People are so enamored by their own bias. People have bought into all these mantras, stationary immovable, relative density, disequilibrium, all these mantric statements. But the practical references show us something totally different. And people don't like it.
So, Rachie, if you're watching this, think about this for a bit. If there were a 9.81 meters per second acceleration towards the ground of everything, how would that eliminate the need for relative density? If you can work that out, then you'll realize that there is no need for relative density. And I believe in you. I believe that you can work this out. You are smarter than Dell. Okay, that's not saying much, but you've got this.
Stop being absolutely... It's people like you that make this whole thing very difficult. Because you're waffling about stuff that you don't even comprehend, making all sorts of silly assertions and claims about absolute nonsense.
Okay, Dell is trying to criticize Rachie here by saying that her claims are nonsense, but what he doesn't realize is that all Flat Earth claims are nonsense. Rachie's, Dell's, they're all nonsense. You know, there is a reason why Flat Earthers abandoned the 9.81 meters per second acceleration upwards of the Earth. Because in order to make that work, you need something like Einstein's theory of relativity. Otherwise, it all falls apart.
One of the things you said during your stream was that the object should fall 9.8 meters in the first second. That's not what 9.8 meters per second means, 9.8 meters per second squared. It does not mean that the object will fall 9.8 meters in the first second. So again, you are wrong there. But yeah, I'm the one that's muddying the waters and don't know what I'm talking about or whatever.
Rachie, can you please stop making good points? You're supposed to be a flat earther. You're supposed to say silly stuff. And then I make the good points. You're taking my job by making all the good points.
Why does a ship float on water? Because it's less dense than the water. Why does a brick fall in air? Because it's more dense than the air. Why does a helium balloon go up in the air? Because it's less dense than the air. Explain these using your Earth accelerating up down and objects not actually accelerating. Please explain that to me.
Okay, it's actually very simple. If Earth is accelerating upwards, then everything on it accelerates upwards with it, including the atmosphere. Now, when it comes to the helium balloon, well, the atmosphere being pushed upwards also pushes that upwards. And keep in mind that the atmosphere has more of a desire to stay in place because of its inertia than the helium balloon. Like when Dell drives the car, the water, which is the more dense stuff, displaces the air, which is less dense. And hopefully that explains it. Okay, so who wins here? Dell or Rachie? Well, Dell did have the most correct conclusion. However, as demonstrated by Rachie, the way that he arrived at that conclusion was fallacious. Now, Rachie did have good arguments in the beginning. However, she does fail to recognize the consequences of Dell's conclusion. Her rebuttal to Dell's conclusion does come from a place of personal incredulity. She also fails to apply the same scrutiny that she applies to Dell to her own arguments. However, I think that Rachie understands the reasons for why things happen the way they do way better than Dell does, which is more important. And also, Dell, if you're watching this, try to understand why things happen the way they do. You would have won if you had understood. But anyway, leave a like and subscribe if you like this video. Leave a comment letting me know who you think won. Was it the upside down triangle, or was it zero? As always, a big shout out to my $20 or more patrons. Hugh Jars, MC Nutkin, Shaki, Jetta Lone, Nathaniel Muller, Vermont 1777, Wolfie, Maury, Grammel Ghost, Kid Vicious, Sacha Campbell, definitely not NASA, Craig D'Amelio, and Richard M. Chapman. If you want to support me financially, you can do so on Patreon. There should be a link there. But anyway, I will see you in the next video. Between you and me, thank you for watching.
Yeah, no, I found he made that way more complicated than needed to be.
Okay then.
Yeah. Well, the reason why, if you look at Dell's experiment, the reason why there's two things going on there. When he's got the bottle on its side, the air is doesn't have the force of gravity to. So when the water moves around, it pushes the air around. When he's got the bottle standing up, then the air and buoyancy means that the air is going to stay at the top because it cannot overcome the gravitational force, and the buoyant force cannot overcome the buoyant force, which is much stronger. So it's a matter of mixed forces, not going into the whole 4D space and space-time. It's just going to throw everyone off, and particularly flat earthers, because they're not going to follow any of it. It's a much simpler way of explaining the two experiments and differences as to why when he sticks the bottles up that the air doesn't go down is because it's got to overcome buoyancy. But when he's got it on the side, it's still got to overcome buoyancy, but there's less air, so when the water moves, it's pushing the air back like laterally rather than up and down. So it doesn't have that buoyant force to try and overcome. So yes, it's easier for the air to push around. So when the car moves forward, it pushes the water, which has got a greater mass, and that then pushes the air into the direction it goes. It's not how he described it at all, really. And then the density disequilibrium, he made it sound like there was something to that, but there's not really. Easy example would be the vomit comet. If you've got everyone in the same cylinder or tube and people are stuck to their seats, when the plane goes against gravity to basically eliminate that 9.8 meters per second, everyone floats. There's been no change in density for anything, yet they now float. So you need to explain that if you're going to talk about density as being as what the change in force. Why do they change if there's been no change in density? So, yeah.
Well, that's one aspect of this whole annoying thing about relative density disequilibrium. Relative density is already a thing, and it's well defined, and it's got nothing to do with what they're talking about at all.
No, that's correct.
It's a unit. It's, as I've always said, it's a unitless ratio. It can't be in disequilibrium, which I believe is an economics term.
Yeah.
Well, it is. That's true.
It's total garbage, utter garbage. And to say, I'm not saying density is a force. It's relative density disequilibrium. It's relative density. Relative to what? You're trying to redefine what we already understand, what we used to call specific gravity, and we don't really call it that anymore. It's relative density. But it's already understood, and they're trying to hijack those two words to mean something completely different.
Well, Dell's comparing apples and oranges.
Yeah. Yep. Exactly.
When the car is sitting there still and the bottle's laying down, standing up, or any other orientation you want to put it in, there is no lateral acceleration. There's no acceleration on the bottle laterally.
Yeah.
That is not true with gravity. With it sitting there in the upright or any other orientation, it is experiencing the acceleration of gravity. Always. Well, the fact that it's not moving doesn't change the fact that the acceleration is still present. The acceleration occurs when you accelerate the car. Now you got a different situation altogether. You started with no lateral acceleration, and now you inject acceleration. Things happen.
Yeah.
In a different vector, so you end up with a different result.
Yeah. So it's a very flawed. Analogy.
I just felt that the planet walk going into the whole space time, all that sort of stuff, is just go above most people's head, and the flat earthers, it doesn't point out how simple that it actually is. Why is wrong? Makes it sound like it's a really complicated answer, but it's not. Doesn't need to be. Much simpler than that. It's not that necessarily that Raichi was better, but yeah, you could have just explained it simply that there's different forces on it, depending on which direction you're going. And neither of them have got anything to do with density disequilibrium, or whatever it is.
Well,
yeah.
Well, frankly, I don't think any of them got it right, including planar walk.
Yeah, in that case, yeah. Anyway, what else we got? Anything else, Terry?
Yeah, I got a couple more. Wally put one out. Is Nathan smarter than an open AI? Can no intelligence beat artificial intelligence?
Now, somebody covered this the other day, didn't they? Arctic Reflections, possibly, I think. Yeah, quite why Oakley put this out, I don't know. He obviously thinks he beat the computer.
Yes.
Newsflash, you didn't. Oh, of course, our man on the spot has left, hasn't he? Terry.
Yes, Matt.
I can't do his accent either. Could you press play, please? Can't do it. I can't do that.
Can't do Matt. You
No.
can't do Matt.
No. Definitely not.
Did you want me to do something, Matt?
I already said press play, please, Terry.
Oh, okay. I did hear you.
Oh dear.
G'day everybody, where's Wally here? Well, today I'm going to have a look at Nathan Oakley. And you don't have to worry about him talking